Well, hello. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. A channel dedicated to things I enjoy. Movies, television, video games, all concerned with the speculative, the fantastical, the historical, and the nautical. Welcome! How's your Sunday? How are you? Where is my chat, Mr. Producer? We have got to talk about Ballerina. This is an interesting one. I don't think it didn't exactly go how you may think it was going to go, and it did not go how I wanted it to go. So we're going to talk about that. And of course, Disney is, it's taken a long time. It's taken a long time for reality to catch up. But at long last, welcome home, Disney. They have finally begun to reap the results of disaster after humiliating disaster. So we'll talk about that as well. Universal is in the chat. Ahoy, Universal. Welcome aboard, says ahoy from the French Open. Well, aren't you the world traveler? Just pulling up my chat here, Mr. Producer. We got all kinds of stuff. I kind of put together a hodgepodge. I mean, we're going to celebrate a little bit of victory. Victory, my dear sailors and starnauts, over Disney. They have announced rounds of layoffs. They have, there are only so many flops you can sustain before you begin to experience consequences. As John Wick says, rules and consequences. Rules. How would you do it, John Wick? Rules and consequences. No, it's terrible. All right, hang on. Let me adjust the microphone because it's driving me crazy. No, wrong way, Mr. Producer. All right, there we go. What else in the stack? So we're going to talk about Ballerina. We're going to talk about a fascinating video I came across about why modern characters are so unlikable. And it really fits into the larger story of why legacy forms of art are beginning to collapse. The AAA gaming studios, Hollywood, as it were, they're going down the tubes because they lack the language to describe characters which are actually the kinds of characters we become invested in. So we're going to talk about that. And we got Andor drama. That's right. It's still not over. We have DSP, Switch 2, Mario Kart hilarity. There's lots of, I have a lot of fun stuff for you. So stick around. There's even a little Rachel Zegler news. What is this? Wrangler. This is outside your normal custom. I don't know what to say. Usually, Wrangler's custom is a $4.20 super chat with no commentary. However, this time he has introduced a $14.20 super chat. So thank you very kindly. Your support continues to be noted, sir, as is the support of everyone who watches, clicks, subscribes. We're doing a member stream tomorrow, by the way, the Captain's Ready Room. So if you are not a member of the channel, join at the ensign or lieutenant level, and you can watch the Captain record reviews. I'm doing my Ballerina review tomorrow, which brings me to sort of my initial thoughts about Ballerina, which is I really wanted this to be good. I really did. This is actually one of the few movies I was kind of excited to see because I'm a giant John Wick fan. I wanted to kind of see the world get a little more interesting, a little more expansive. And I've got to tell you, the unfortunate thing about Ballerina is that while it avoids some of the worst impulses of the Mary Sue, what we would call girl boss trope, while it avoids the worst impulses of that, and while it does not subvert the character of John Wick, a.k.a. Rian Johnson style, it does in my view, shrink the world of John Wick and make it sort of less interesting. And most of the time I was watching the movie, I just kept thinking, yeah, exactly. So why don't we just do a John Wick movie instead of this? That's basically almost every single action scene. What was almost saying to the audience, don't worry. This isn't quite the action you would see in John Wick because this is a different character. And it's like, yeah, I know that. I'd rather just see John Wick. Why can't I just see that? Anyway, we'll talk about it. But that being said, there was a lot of potential in this movie. Like a hell of a lot. And the fascinating thing about this movie is they introduced a couple of elements that I thought were kind of really cool and interesting and were a really good angle for a new character in the John Wick universe, and especially a female character in the John Wick universe. They introduced a couple angles that I thought, well, now this is a really cool idea. And the strange thing is the film just abandons all that and just tells you a story about, she wants revenge. She's an assassin who wants revenge. Oh, geez. That's basically what the trailer told me. The trailer told me everything I needed to know about this movie. It's basically just going to be another assassin seeks revenge story. And the problem with that is, well, then what's the point? Just make more John Wick movies. We don't need new characters doing the same thing he's doing. We really don't. And I hate to break it to you, filmmakers, Hollywood, creatives, this idea that let's just take the character that was male and make the same character female and it'll be new. That was new like 30 years ago. That's not new anymore. You got to give me more than that if you want this to be a good movie. And so it's sort of disappointing to me that I have to report to you Ballerina it's not an embarrassment. It's not terrible. It's not disrespectful of the John Wick legacy, but it's not good. It's really not. It's not good. We have Stav Fury in the chat. Says, have a great cast, Captain. Can't stay as I have a family commitment. Well, that's a shame, Stav Fury, but it's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the support, as always. All right, let's just jump into a little Disney grave dancing. What do you think? You know what I'm saying? We're going to start with the angriest man on the internet, Ryan Cannell. Loading up his video now. He has a report. So the Daredevil Born Again series, which was just crap. Just crap, that show. It started it followed exactly the pattern that every D+ series follows. First couple episodes, oh look, there's something kind of interesting here. A little slow to start, but I'm sure it'll pick up. There's possibilities here, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse until it just limps across the finish line and you regret having ever watched it. That's exactly what happened. It happens every single time. It's never, I want to be surprised every time, and it doesn't matter. It's like, I'm not going to be surprised. We need the dark mode on this, Mr. Producer. Let me grab that. Dark reader on. Okay. We need Mozilla. Share audio. Here we go. Take it away.
We knew that Daredevil Born Again was a massive failure for the Marvel Cinematic Universe and for Disney. With so much time and money and all the reshoots that went into making this thing, and they launched Daredevil Born Again. A show that was a follow-up to 3 beloved seasons on Netflix, that had a built-in fan base, that has a character and other characters that people truly care about. And when it came out, it failed to ever chart in the top 10 anywhere at any given point in time, which was an indication of just how poorly this performed. Well, now Nielsen's kind of end of the year, at least end of the TV season year, what they consider the TV season for 2024 and 2025, we're seeing what the top 100 shows that were watched are. And this just made it crystal clear how bad things truly were for Daredevil Born Again. Daredevil bombs hard. Nielsen Top 100 exposes Marvel's big flop. And not only does it do that, it also exposes what a failure Disney Plus as a streamer actually is. Let's get into this. Most popular TV series, the 100 most watched TV series of 2024 and 2025 across streaming, broadcast, and cable. Squid Game leads this season's rankers. Now, a couple things to keep in mind when we're looking at this. This is something that I believe starts in August and runs through April. What they consider the normal like TV season, back when people used to watch things on broadcast television all the time instead of on streaming so often. So it runs through early April, which is why a show like Andor is probably not going to appear on this list. Who knows if it would have anyway. But because it started so late, you're probably not going to have that. But even some shows that did only get a handful of episodes in, some of them made this list. But the real kicker and what I want to talk about in this video is how fucking poorly this actually performed when it comes to Daredevil Born Again. We look at these things. Squid Game, Adolescence, Netflix, a lot of Netflix stuff in the top 20. There's no doubt about it. But you've also got Tracker now. That is still on broadcast television on CBS. Reacher. The fourth most watched show is Reacher, a show that does not have the budget of some of these other things that are out there, by the way. But here's Reacher at 4 with 17.3 million viewers after the first 35 days. That's basically what this is. Squid Game dominates.
Universal, you said massive failure. We're talking about Daredevil Born Again. Massive failure, you say? It was a massive failure on Netflix and actually did better, had higher viewership on Disney Plus. We're talking about Daredevil Born Again. We're not talking about the Netflix Daredevil series. You're saying it was originally... Oh, you're saying the original show was a massive failure on Netflix and actually did better, had higher viewership. Yeah, which we know. Oh, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here. You're saying Disney Plus Daredevil Born Again outperformed the Netflix show Daredevil. Okay. And you're saying, I wish these guys would actually do their research. I take that to mean that you're referring to Ryan Cannell. So here's the problem, Universal. Two things. In the Discord, you said, here's all the numbers. And I said, what's your source? And you didn't give me a source. I can't use that because the only source is you saying that. The second thing is, start a YouTube channel. Start a YouTube channel where you do the numbers and you cite your sources and you do the research because clearly you're very passionate about this and you think everybody else is wrong about it. So start your channel. Get going. Get going, bro. Like, that's my advice to you. But in the meantime, please continue, Ryan Cannell.
Dominated everybody. Paramount Plus up there with Landman. Here's a bunch of Netflix shows. CBS, so broadcast television. Another Paramount Plus, right, with 1923. HBO gets its first appearance here with White Lotus. You've got Netflix. Again, you got stuff on ABC.
There you go. Wrangler says, I'll subscribe. You got your first subscriber.
CBS, more Netflix. Mobland. With only a handful of episodes, Mobland cracked the top 30. Which is kind of nuts. Another thing on Paramount Plus. One thing we seem to be missing here is anything from fucking Disney Plus. In fact, you have to scroll all the way down to Agatha All Along. So that's one thing. The fact that Agatha All Along was the most viewed Marvel show of that year when Daredevil Born Again came out, which we could figure that out from the fact that Daredevil Born Again never even made it on the ratings. And you just saw so much cope around the release numbers when they were like, oh, people are just trying to make it look bad. No, it was bad. It performed incredible.
No, it's not like that, Crowbar. Ahoy, Crowbar the Skull. Welcome to the chat. Says Universal, the captain just dressed you down. No, I'm not dressing anyone down. I'm saying I'm saying that I, as a creator, I need sources in order to be able to. I'm not bringing you value if I just say, "Oh, I heard someone say this," right? Ryan, whether it's a good source or not, no one's saying that it's a perfect source or a perfect analysis. Whether or not Variety, which is the source that Ryan Cannell is basing this on, is a trustworthy source or not, it is a source which gives us information about the trustworthiness of the information. Also, he's only looking at one metric. He's saying, based on this metric, and he spent the whole beginning of the video setting up what the metric is. The metric is these 100 shows across all platforms as long as they were able to run through April. Shows that started and had an ending after April are not counted. So this is all we're comparing. You know, it's not a perfect analysis, but it gives us some idea of where we're at. So all I'm saying is I appreciate the help. I appreciate someone saying, "Hey, Captain, I found something for you. I want you to, share this." That's useful to me if I have a source to go with it. So that's all I'm saying. It's totally fine to say, like, I heard this, I heard that, I know this, I know that. Say whatever you want. But if you're going to tell me that someone else is not doing their research, but you can't produce a source for yours, I'm just saying you have a problem there. Consider that to be helpful, constructive feedback. That's all that is. I'm not calling anyone out. Say whatever you want. I don't care. Tell me the earth is flat. That's a popular one these days. Just tell me the earth is flat as God intended and say it all day long in my chat. I really don't care. And you know what? I won't even ask you for sources for that because I don't care. I don't care if you. And well, maybe I'll start a channel where I argue with flat earthers, but that's not important.
Poorly. And even something like Agatha All Along, which an MCU show on Disney Plus with like 160 million subscribers, and it was watched by 9 million people. That's what this chart is telling us. Daredevil Born Again. Look how far I'm going to have to go to find Daredevil Born Again.
By the way, just me, this is a useful analysis. I think this is a very useful analysis because he's saying they took all these numbers, Variety did. They took all these numbers and look on this top 100 list. Look how far down you have to go to find Daredevil Born Again. That suggests to me a serious, serious problem for Disney, who have invested because, Born Again is the least badly written, and I don't say best written, I say least badly written because it's badly written show that Disney has released, and it still can't chart. And it's even drafting on the popularity, at least the fan popularity, if not the actual ratings popularity, of the original Netflix show.
Skeleton Crew is on there at 6.3 million.
Fucking Skeleton Crew. Yeah, where did Skeleton Crew just went into the memory hole? Someone was noticing that on Friday Night Tights that nobody even talks about Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew is going to have less of a cultural footprint than Avatar. I think maybe my favorite shill overreaction was to Skeleton Crew. Oh my God, this is such a great show. It's so fun. It's like the Goonies. It's like it's like E.T. It's like all those great kids things from the 80s, and which is to say that it's completely derivative, and no, it's not. All you cannot praise the show on its own merits. You can't say this character is so brilliant because this story is so great for Star Wars lore because it establishes that. You can't say any of that. All you can say is it reminds me of thing that was good back in the day, which is also, incidentally, the problem with Ballerina. Ballerina makes me think about everything that's good about John Wick. And makes me think I should just probably be watching a John Wick movie and not this. But we'll get to that.
There's Skeleton Crew. Daredevil Born Again.
Oh, Crowbar, you're so right about that. People shilled. The shilling went hard for Skeleton Crew. And because it's... Look, Skeleton Crew is the most inoffensive thing that Disney Plus has ever released. It's the most harmless thing. It's the most, I guess I could almost say it's the most well-meaning thing they've ever released. It's completely hollow. It's completely empty as a show. There is nothing to see there in that story. It is a waste of time. And that's why they had to shill for it. They had to shill for it because there's no substance to it.
92nd place out of the top 100 shows.
That would be Daredevil,
how many
Born
tens
Again.
of millions of dollars have spent on this show? A follow-up to something that was beloved on streaming? And Daredevil Born Again with 5.8 million viewers over those first 35 days. This is a massive, pathetic failure. It's an indictment on where Marvel is right now. It is an indictment on where Disney Plus is as a streaming service. Like, when I go through these things, look, win or lose, that garbage, like, random Pixar series that came out that initially had a trans person in it, then they took the trans person out of it, that attracted more viewers than Daredevil Born Again. Skeleton Crew, which also I don't think charted at all. More than Daredevil fucking Born Again. And there are so many problems with Marvel, and obviously one of them is all the crap that they're pumping out, certainly, and the lack of trust that people have in them. Like, look at this. The latest official MCU timeline order on Disney Plus, now featuring 60 titles. And they even cut off some stuff from, like, Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts isn't on there yet, right? So that'll be the next thing that comes out in timeline order. That's not on Disney Plus yet. 60 entries. There's Daredevil Born Again.
This is something to look at. Can I find this, Mr. Producer? I want this picture. Which reminds me, I have more Bella memes. I found more Bella Ramsay memes. I can't stop collecting them. I see them all. Oh, give me that one. Oh, bookmark that one. It's bad, man. Okay. 60 Marvel. Wait, no. Marvel Cinematic Universe in timeline order. Because I can't really see that image very well. Oh, where did he get it? That is a great picture. I think I found it. No, that one's too old. Oh my God. There are so many of these. Does this one have Captain Mothman? Anyway, well, you get the picture. I wish I could get a better picture of this. I wish I had this because MCU, the direct. Oh, there it is. Okay, I could get it that way. Let me see if I can get it that way. Roll tape while I'm looking for it.
Right before Captain America, Black Brave New World. Like, we knew it was bad. There's no way there is no way I would have predicted before Daredevil Born Again came out, even if it was fucking dog shit, that it would perform this poorly. But that's where we are. There is no benefit of the doubt that gets given to Marvel at any time anymore. With those characters coming back, you would think that even some people that love the Netflix series would come and tune in and see what it was all about. No, massive failure. So yeah, when we saw those early numbers and we saw that it wasn't even as much as Agatha all along, and we made videos talking about how it wasn't even as much as Agatha all along, it turns out all the people who said we're overreacting, blah, 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 turns out we were right the entire fucking time. Who knew? Who knew? It's not like we fucking actually look at this stuff and analyze some of these trends. And here we are, Daredevil Born Again, the 92nd most watched show this year, and a complete and total flop. Sad indeed to see what they did to some of these characters that we used to truly care about.
Man, X has the worst search algorithm. It is such a terrible search algorithm because you cannot find something You cannot find something like that picture just by searching it. If you don't have it bookmarked, you'll never find it. You'll just never find it. So anyway, but 60 projects. There you go. Hat tip, the angriest man on the internet, Ryan Cannell, with an excellent report. Universal's opinion notwithstanding. Allow me... I need my music, Lieutenant Producer. Where is my music? There it is. Yes, yes. Yes. I need the volume. Volume, Mr. Producer. I have an article that is worthy of a little bit of celebration. Because, you know, it was only last week that everyone in the chat on our Discord, by the way, link in the description if you want to join the conversation, were saying, isn't it demoralizing that we have this Lilo and Stitch live-action slop? And it is slop. And it's going to make $1 billion because it's just going to, you know, people are just going to pay to see the cute Stitch character. And I said, now, let's have some perspective, my dear sailors and starnauts. Disney has released Marvel films, Indiana Jones films, Star Wars films, TV shows, MCU, Star Wars live-action shows. 9 out of 10 of them, and that's being generous, failure. Absolute flop. Humiliating disasters. Each one worse than the last. The Marvels, humiliating disaster. The lowest performing Marvel movie ever. And then, only too recently, Snow White. A trashy, terrible live-action remake. A complete disaster. So while you are concerned about Lilo and Stitch, the slop, making $1 billion, allow me to console you. Disney laying off hundreds in TV and film, entertainment, corporate finance. This from Deadline. Exclusive. Major layoffs are underway Monday at the Walt Disney Company, with several hundred employees impacted globally, Deadline has learned. The bulk of them are across divisions of Disney Entertainment, including for both film, television, and television publicity, casting, and development. Also affected are Disney's corporate financial operations. According to sources, the size of the cuts on the film and TV side of Disney Entertainment is comparable. No teams are being eliminated. The majority of the Disney Entertainment television staffers are said to be based in Los Angeles. Deadline will continue updating coverage. This is the fourth and largest round of layoffs in the past 10 months that has affected... This is the fourth... Let me read that again. This is the fourth and largest round of layoffs in the past 10 months that has affected various Disney television operations. They are part of an ongoing cost-cutting process at the traditional media companies as they reshape their business to focus on streaming while facing economic headwinds. Economic headwinds? How about stupid writers who eat glue, who have run every single intellectual property into the ground? Economic headwinds. Please. Disney's Bob Iger set the pace upon his return as CEO, establishing a goal of at least $7.5 billion in reductions at the start of 2023. Oh, jeez. Oh, you want to reduce billions? I have an idea for you. How about don't spend $30 million an episode on the fucking Acolyte? How about that? In early March, just under 200 Disney employees were laid off. Put the fries in the bag. Just under 200 Disney employees were laid off, representing around 6% of the workforce, not nearly enough, in the ABC News Group and Disney's entertainment networks, including Freeform and FX. A big restructuring last October involved the shutdown of ABC Signature, with its operations folded into 20th Television, and consolidation of ABC and Hulu Originals, etc., etc. The latest cuts follow Disney's better-than-expected Q2 earnings last month, fueled largely by experiences, that would be the parks, and sports, with streaming also delivering strong results as direct-to-consumer operating profit increased by $289 million to from $289 to $336 million. There you have it, my dear chat. So, while it may look like the live-action soulless slop has managed to eke out a win, keep in mind they have failed utterly and comprehensively to deliver a streaming platform that gets results. None of their shows are respected, with the slight exception of Andor gaining critical acclaim. But almost nothing else they have to offer on the platform has achieved critical success or rating success. They have completely destroyed their brands. They have released multiple major flops in every branch of their entertainment: Lucasfilm, Marvel, and Pixar, and Disney Animation. And the butcher's bill comes due, for the truth will lie in wait for all time. And so there you have it. That'll do. Bring down the music, Mr. Producer. Thank you. Thank you very kindly. So, yeah, Disney, choke on it. Now, speaking of shills, Crowbar, we have shills. We have shills for you because the Fantastic Four. I am beginning to think, it's the pattern. It's the pattern. It's every time. I began by thinking the Fantastic Four seems like it's trying to set itself apart and be something kind of new and interesting that we haven't seen before in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's set in the 60s. It seems like it's kind of outside the main universe. It's trying to do something different. Okay, fine. And it even seemed like it was going for sort of like family charm, and it was going for a more classic comic book feel. So maybe there's potential here. But as more and more has been revealed about this, it has become more and more clear that this movie is going to be a disaster. Because, of course it is. Of course it is. The minute they announced that they gender swapped the Silver Surfer, it's already over. Because every time they do this, it reveals that the motivations behind making this film were not sound to begin with. They did not set out to adapt the comic book story faithfully and please the audience. They set out to rewrite a better story according to their ever-growing DEI garbage checklist. And that's exactly what they've done. The same nitwits that release all this crap, this trash they've been filling up the movie theaters with for years now. The same brainlets are in the writing room. We've already heard the rumors. The test screenings have not gone well. But there is a type of fan who thinks this is all great news. They think there's nothing wrong at all. They think it's going to be great because the last Marvel thing was great, except for the Marvel thing before that was the greatest thing until the Marvel thing I just saw. They're what's known as a shill. and they make me sick. They suffer from a debilitating disease. It's called Chillery by proxy. It's congenital, it's incurable, and the prognosis is grim. But there is a man with a doctoral thesis in Chillery studies. And he studies the shill. He examines them in his laboratory with painstaking, perceptive analysis, in the hopes that one day their disease can be cured and they can potentially be returned to the ranks of normal humans who are capable of having a negative opinion towards terrible entertainment slop. His name is Mr. Grizzy, and thank God for him, because without him, we would truly be lost. Mr. Producer, share audio. Do we have audio? Check, check. Okay, roll tape. That's right. We're doing the shills early today.
Oh yes! Yes!
Bruh. This is great.
So as you can see, the MCU shills are unsurprisingly very excited for Fantastic Four First Steps.
Good news for the Fantastic Four. Good news for the Marvel fandom.
I'm not gonna lie, that might be the best Marvel movie of all time. I'm just saying that now. I cannot wait.
I've been more excited for Fantastic Four than probably any Marvel movie in the past couple years.
Yeah, I'm gonna need 17 inches of that Galactussy, man. I'm not gonna lie.
What? They're doing it on purpose. They had to be doing this on purpose. That guy always says something like that. And it's like he knows he's going to be clipped, which, it could be a smart strategy if you're trying to grow your channel.
What?
20 inches wide, 17.5 inches tall.
What the fuck?
There's just something about seeing a fantastic car flying around in a retro-futuristic 60s New York City with a bunch of fucking buildings that look like they're pulled straight out of the Jetsons that just makes me moist.
What the fuck?
And it's gotten so...
What? What? What the fuck? Oh, Star Fury, you're missing a good one, man. Oh my God. There's something wrong with their brains. Do you see why I say it's a disease? Chillery by proxy. This could happen to you, chap. This could happen to you. This is what happens when you start saying things like, well, it's not the best Marvel movie ever, but I don't care. I just like Marvel. That's a sign. That's an early warning symptom. You need to go to your shill doctor and be diagnosed, and you need to have like a screening. You got to catch it early. You've got to catch it early because this could be you. You could be talking about, the girth and length of Galactus that you prefer in the film. What the fuck is even happening? What are they doing? It's so bizarre. It's so weird. Thank God for them. I'm so grateful for the shills because they're so entertaining.
So bad that some of these people are literally sucking off the merchandise.
Redoubt Productions is in the chat, says, I'm here. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Oh, hi, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard, sir. We are streaming, if you care. We are streaming on Twitch and Kick. By the way, if you're enjoying the content, if you just pop by just to take a look, or you're watching it on the restream, if we're putting on a good show for you, consider hitting that like button. I'd appreciate it. I really would. To paraphrase Walter White.
For the movie. And yes, I do mean literally.
Doesn't that look good? Doesn't that look like you just want to take a bite in it and then just suck out all the blue you have in there?
What? What? What am I watching? What is this? My neighbors must hate me because every Sunday they just hear me yelling at the shills. It's a disease, folks. It's a disease, man. I'm telling you.
Holy!
Like a harmonica.
All right, just
There are people that subscribe to that guy. That's the thing to really think about. Somebody is subscribed to that guy, unironically. I'm telling you right now, any YouTuber that makes that noise, I'm unsubscribing. I gotta go. I'm sorry. I can't watch your content anymore.
just gonna go ahead and move on.
I just don't think you can make a silver shiny person look any
Okay,
better.
I have a question. When these shills are like really excited about something, when they're just really worked up and wound up and just exercised about how excited they are for, female Silver Surfer, why do they sound so angry? You know what I'm saying? Why do they sound like they're roid raging? You know, they're just, oh yeah, I'm really excited. I'm just really excited for. Why does this guy sound like he's about to just like trash a hotel room?
Better than it already does. You got dumbass motherfuckers on here saying, oh, the CGI hasn't improved since 2005. But also, smash.
You're a freak.
I like Silver Surfer. You know, I'm ready to see what they're going to do with this interpretation of this.
You are a pathetic NPC lemming. You're just a fucking lemming. They just stuff into you. Yes, I approve. If it's girl, I accept. I accept whatever slop I am served. I will be excited to see this interpretation.
Silver Surfer.
Well, I can answer that. It's going to be full-on MCU agenda. They've already told us this.
Because they want to make it clear to audiences that it is going to be a Sue Storm story, that she is the lead person of these Fantastic Four.
I have a question. I have a question for John Roca. I understand that he supports all of this. Aren't you tired of this? Like, aren't you just a little bored? I'm not saying that you're not totally a male feminist. You are a male feminist, and you support women in everything. So stunning, so brave, and that's really what makes you such a good person. Still, you know the old saw, variety is the spice of life. Don't you just once in a while want to see something different? Just once in a while. That's all.
I tell you, that sounds awful.
And of course, her there with the baby, with Reed as well in the with Franklin there in the bed.
Yeah, okay, so I have some thoughts on this image here. Do me a favor and hit the like button if you agree with me that we need to get Pedro Pascal the fuck.
Wrangler says they're hamming it up for attempted entertainment factor. And let's be honest, some of this is very entertaining. Well, yeah, I ham it up. Like, I ham it up for entertainment factor. Still, some of their mannerisms are so bizarre that it doesn't seem like they have actual awareness of what they're saying. You say just not in the way they think, Wrangler. Well, I suppose you're right about that.
Away from this baby at all costs.
Oh my God.
What part of stay 50 yards away at all times don't you understand?
I've heard some people say the baby might be fully CGI, which if that's the case...
God. Oh, please.
Yeah,
please let that be the case. Nothing could be better than that because the CGI baby in Twilight worked out so well.
If that is the case, at least in the scenes with Pedro...
Ooh, that smells so good.
Thank sweet merciful God.
This is not a Thunderbolt situation. This is not a Captain America Brave New World situation. And it's like,
What situation is that, pray tell? Those, according to you shills, those were both great movies. So what, you're saying it's not going to be good?
woo! Thank fucking God.
If I'm understanding what he's saying, unlike Captain America, Brave New Mothman World, and Thunderbolts, that can't be what he's saying. Because these shills all said that Thunderbolts was incredible. It was a stunning and brave story about depression and just wanting to end it all. And that was why it was so incredibly fun and entertaining to watch, just like Barbie, just like every stupid movie we get these days, which is about trauma bragging. It was so good. And then Captain America was Captain America. Like Anthony Mackie, Sam Wilson was Captain America like times 1,000 and was super cool. And we loved that whole dipshit scene where he's chasing down missiles in the sky with his wings. With his fairy godmother moth wings. His fucking moth wings. Stupidest thing I've ever seen. It was so funny. I literally said, sir, you have 2 birds ready to go in the air right now, Mr. President. So fucking stupid. That movie is so retarded. I really laughed a lot. I kind of thought that was going to be one of the better parts. I kind of thought that the one action scene that did look cool in the trailer was Captain Mothman fighting the jets up in the sky. Well, because that seemed like something Falcon is good at, right? That seemed like something Falcon that's like his ability. His ability is the flying around with the wings. The moth wings, the fairy godmother moth wings. And so I thought that, hang on, I'm checking Discord. Redoubt Productions. Yeah, no, that's a good one, Redoubt. I'll see if I can get that one on the screen. We'll do, if you're good, chat, we'll do some Bella Ramsey memes, I promise. But where was I, Lieutenant Producer? Right, about the moth wings. And how I thought, yeah, that's right. So I thought that was going to be cool. I'm actually watching the scene and I'm thinking, this is such a preposterous scene. I can't take it. Anyway, my point is, this shill, the same people that told us Captain Mothman was good, it was really good. We loved all the action scenes. We really loved Red Hulk. It was good. And Sam Wilson is absolutely 100% definitely Captain America, as good as Steve Rogers, and probably better, really when you think about it, probably even better, definitely better, way more entertaining. And then Thunderbolts came out and they said, unlike Captain Mothman, Thunderbolts is good. Thunderbolts is really good. It's a story about depression. It's a story about hating life and wanting to end it all. And the bad guy at the end is depression. And it's also about some trauma infecting the depression, which is then infecting everyone else, is sucking them into the trauma. And then the trauma talks to the depression, and the depression decides to fight the trauma, and then the trauma and depression cancel each other out, and we all accept that our trauma is our superpower, and hashtag New Avengers. And it was really good. It was good. It was good. It was not like a Captain America situation. Now we have this guy saying, don't worry, this is not like a Captain America situation or a Thunderbolts. I thought Thunderbolts was great. It's not like a Thunderbolt situation. This is going to be good. And then when this movie comes out, and it's garbage, and it will be, they're going to say we're wrong about that, and that Fantastic Four is good. It's really good. And the bestest part of it was Sue Storm, so stunning, so brave, and female Silver Surfer, who's definitely even better than the male one. And then the next thing is going to come out and they're going to say, fortunately, this is not a Captain America situation or a Thunderbolt situation or a Fantastic Four situation. This one's going to be good. This one's going to be really, really good. They're doing me head in.
Which brings us to the number one reason the MCU shills are hyped as of late, which is the surprising yet not surprising if you sit down and actually think about it, number of ticket sales.
Fantastic Four just broke the record for 2025's biggest first day ticket sales.
So this is really encouraging news.
Already I woke up this morning to see all the news reports that the sites are crashing and all of that, which must be good for Marvel.
And frankly, it's so encouraging that, like, if I was Superman, I'd be a little bit nervous here.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
Pretty strong indicator out of the gate that we are not looking at a Brave New World. We are not looking at Thunderbolts. We're looking at something much better. Fantastic Four has certainly captured more attention and interest.
Okay, now the reason that Fantastic Four First Steps is having the best first day ticket pre-sales of 2025 is because, unlike Captain America Brave New World and the Thunderbolts, which bombed at the box office, this movie is being marketed as a must-see film prior to Avengers Doomsday, and clearly that's working. It's a strategy that's worked in the past. I mean, Disney was able to get Captain Marvel to make a ton of money because they marketed it as must-see between Avengers Infinity War and Endgame. So don't be fooled by these people. This is not shocking news at all.
We have some great signs out the gate as far as how this film is doing. I don't know that we're looking at a smash hit. I don't know that we're looking at $1 billion. I don't know that we're looking at anything crazy like that. But it really does feel like we're not looking at Thunderbolts.
Well, no fucking shit.
And obviously, as you saw in my previous video, I'll leave a link to it at the end of this one in case you missed it, when the news is negative, like the test screenings that called the movie mediocre and mid, which obviously goes against this narrative they've been trying to push this entire video, that makes them big mad, and that news must be ignored.
Hey, but fuck what all those people are talking about in those test screenings. I don't care.
People are mixed on Fantastic Four. It is considered mid. Who gives a shit?
Triggered. They're lying to you. All the early test screening reactions for the are lying to you straight to your face.
So translation, don't believe the people at the test screening who saw the movie and said it was mid. Believe the people that went to the test screening and said that the movie was excellent. Okay, got it.
And as a matter of fact, most people who watched this movie didn't even think it was mid. And for the most part, everyone in attendance actually scored Fantastic Four First Steps as quote-unquote excellent.
I told you in the same breath last week that despite hearing all of that, everything I heard about the movie sounded fucking amazing. I said us, the core, the hardcore people, we will love this movie.
And these are the people who accuse you and I of quote-unquote hating the movie before going in to see it. But it's okay for them to love the movie before they go and see it. Funny how that works, isn't it?
We always have to be wary with these test screenings because
wary, the term is wary.
They're usually coming from like one dude, and this one dude just might be like a hater of Marvel, might not be an enjoyer.
Yeah, the cope is strong with this one.
If honestly that's the worst we're hearing, is that it's not even a bad movie, that it's just oh, then yeah, baby. Okay, that's all right. Because I think you could only go up from there.
They never say anything different. They always thought, well, this'll be a good place to go up from. By that logic, the last dozen failures are a great place to go up from. The last dozen failures are a great starting point. Why don't we start there, sir, madam, or it, however you identify. Now, thank you, Mr. Grizzy. An excellent analysis of the mind of the shill, such as it is. That was a good one. That was a stem winder. That was some of Mr. Grizzy's finest work. Truly. So yeah, we will we're going to talk about Ballerina. I have seen it, and I have thoughts about it. The number one thing probably on your mind is, if you haven't seen it, is it a bunch of girl boss drivel? And the answer is sort of yes and no. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I mean by that. But first, the captain must take a short break. I will return after these messages. Mr. Producer. Bring it on back to the captain. Welcome back. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords, the Starships channel. Please like and subscribe if you're so inclined. And let's talk about Ballerina from the world of John Wick. Now, I'm going to be doing my review on the Captain's Ready Room tomorrow. So if you want to join me and you are a member of the channel, you may join me watching as I record the review. And there will be a review coming out. And so I will give you more holistic thoughts at that time. But I just want to give you kind of like my high-level experience of this film. And I'm debating on whether or not I want to do spoilers. I really want to like spoil something that happens in the third act of the film because it's so crucial and illustrative, but I didn't spoil it in my review, so I guess I won't spoil it here. You let me know, Chad. If you care, let me know. But until I hear otherwise, no spoilers, but I'm going to hint at what it is. So my attitude going into Ballerina was I don't necessarily think that there's really a reason for this movie. However, I greatly respect the work that the John Wick films have done. They're not perfect, and they're getting each one gets a little more outlandish and a little bit, in my view, farther from the core story of John Wick from that first film. However, they're so much damn fun to watch that I sort of forgive them for that slight flaw. In fact, let me pull up I just want to get the IMDb on these things. John Wick. Yeah, get me that one. I mean, the original John Wick film was such a simple concept It was such a simple, pure concept. A man who retired from the world of being an assassin and is trying to live a life of peace because of a random act of violence gets dragged completely back into it. And he gets dragged into his old life. And there's something so great about that. And it's really the core story of the death of his wife and by extension, the gift of the dog that she left him after she passed away to sort of be a symbol of this life of peace that he's trying to lead and her love and all that sort of thing. The fact that that gets taken away from him is the animating emotional core of the story. And it's really the reason these films are so good. Now, what they've kind of transmuted into is the idea of just John Wick is the deadliest assassin in the world. Just how far does that premise go? At what point does he finally meet his match and get taken down? And that's sort of the fun of the series. Did we really need to see the girl version of that? Not really. However, I was open to it being good. Let's see. Derek Kolstad wrote the first one. Chad Stahelski, that's the director. And he directed all four, I think, of the John Wick films. So let's get Ballerina. I'm just curious. I will say Ana de Armas is awesome in the movie. She's incredibly hot. Her physicality is great in the action scenes. She's very likable. All that is fine. The interesting thing is, I do think she's a great casting for this. And I think that if we were going to do a character like this in the John Wick world, she was the right character. She was the right actor to pull this off, okay? Who's the director, Mr. Lieutenant Producer? Len Wiseman, writers Shay Hatton and Derek Kolstad. So one of the writers is the writer of the first John Wick film. Interesting. So I think I'll have to share with Mr. Kolstad where he went wrong here. So I was hoping to really, really like this movie, and I was really hoping to actually walk out of the theater saying, wow, that was great. I can't wait to tell my live stream about it tomorrow. And unfortunately, what happened was, as the film, honestly, right from the first scene, there's a lot of cliches. Now, the action scenes are very cool, and they're very John Wick style. There's one action scene in particular where she has no guns, and she's being chased by a bunch of bad guys. All she has is grenades, and so she has to have a running gun battle with just grenades. It's pretty fantastic. I really enjoyed that. The problem is, I also didn't really care. I didn't really care about the character. The thrust of it is her father was killed by some bad guys who are very bad, and she wants revenge on the bad guys, so she becomes part of the Rosca Roma, which are the same sort of group that John Wick was, the same assassin school that John Wick was raised in. She becomes a ballerina in that school, but then she kind of departs from John Wick's path in that she becomes what they call a kikimora, which is they're not strictly an assassin. They're actually more like a bodyguard, and their job is to protect someone from being assassinated. Now, despite the film being pretty derivative and the villain lines being pretty basic, that intrigued me. And I thought, now that's a really interesting idea, because the problem with John Wick, I think at this point, is it's becoming a very insular, self-referential fantasy world. I mean, the fascinating thing is all of these assassins are always killing each other, and they've always got contracts to kill one another, and they're always trying to get a seat at the high table, which runs all the assassins, but it's never clear what the world outside of this world, it's as if they actually aren't even part of the larger world. They literally are just a bunch of assassins, and the only contracts they ever fulfill are to kill other assassins. That's basically what the film's feel like to me. I mean, is it ever just like an unscrupulous politician who's not part of the high table, not part of any of the assassin underworld, doesn't even know that there's gold coins or a continental? He just says, hey, I need a guy to go assassinate this political opponent for me. So like, where's that character in the John Wick world? This is my point. So like in the first film, though, that was the idea. The idea was that John Wick is a hitman, and this is an unusual situation in which he's killing all the other hitmen because they hurt him. And so he's going after his own, essentially. And that, to me, is kind of a one-off. But then every successive film just kept being about all these people that are within this world, and it's as if the outside world just doesn't even exist. There's even an odd quality, and this film had it too. But like in John Wick 4, there's a scene where he has an axe fight with a bunch of bad guys in a nightclub, and nobody even stops dancing. All the people in the nightclub are just, they're just hanging around while he's having an axe fight with multiple opponents. And I thought, well, that doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't they be screaming and running for their lives and all this stuff? Well, the same thing happens in this movie. And what it makes me think is it's like basically this is a video game, and all the people dancing in the club are just NPCs, and they're just doing their loop. And I think that this is a symptom of the writers and creatives behind John Wick not asking themselves the question of, hey, what does the rest of the world look like in the John Wick world? I think in the first film, we were able to just sort of take for granted that John Wick he's just a hitman, and he's part of a kind of underworld that the normal world, our world, is unaware of. We just aren't aware of this world. But it's becoming more and more, it's so outlandish at this point that I don't even know what that looks like anymore. So this brings me to Ballerina. Now, what would have been a great opportunity is to say, what is the outside world's relationship with the high table world, the world of the assassins? What's the relationship between those two spheres? And I think that the ballerina character, Eve, is her name in the story, would have been an interesting angle to explore that. And so so the setup to the film is basically this. Her father was part of some kind of gang of either assassins or cultists or something. And he tried to flee that life, just like John Wick tried to flee the life of being an assassin, and he took his daughter with him, but they came looking for him, and they killed him, and she got away, but then she wound up joining the Rosca Roma, thanks to Winston of the Continental, so that she could be trained as an assassin and get revenge. The problem I have with this setup is that it's incredibly boring, it's incredibly obvious, and it continues this trend of everything in John Wick being insular and self-referential. Her father was already part of the evil assassin world. He kind of had it coming. I think it'd be more interesting if he were just maybe a wealthy businessman or philanthropist who was an otherwise good man. He had no part of the assassin world, and one of them got hired to take him out and took him out. And she just happened to get away and wanted revenge for it. So in other words, she and her father were innocents that were targeted by one of these assassins. She winds up joining the assassin's world in order to get revenge. So she's an innocent person who chooses to become stained by sin in order to get revenge. Now, that's not this movie. That would be a better movie. Now, here's the second piece of this. In the movie, she becomes the Kikimora, which is not like John Wick. She's not just a gun for hire. She's a bodyguard. And there's even a couple of scenes where she's trying to actually not kill people, which is kind of interesting. There's something interesting there. The film doesn't really do much with this concept, but there's potential there because it's different. It's different than John Wick, and wouldn't it be interesting to explore that? They completely abandoned this concept within like 30 minutes of the film. There's one mission where she has to protect someone. We have no idea who she is or why she has to be protected. We have no investment in this character. She beats up 5 dudes at a time everywhere she goes. She doesn't have to use any cleverness. She doesn't have to use any tactics or strategy. And all of the action scenes just seem very repetitive and derivative, and they don't really do anything with this bodyguard concept. Now, they put a lot of effort into establishing that she fights dirty because she will always be weaker. She will always be physically inferior to a man. So she has, in terms of, combat, so she will always have to outthink and outsmart her opponent. And that's good. And it avoids the stupid, Mary Sue trope at first. But then every single action scene she's involved in is just a generic scene in which she just kicks the ass of 5 people with her bare hands again and again and again. And I'm thinking, well, there's no cleverness to this. She doesn't strategize. She doesn't plan her mission. Here's the thing about John Wick. Okay. In the first film, they established that John Wick's superpower is that he is a man of intense focus. And I took that to mean, based on the first film, that, yeah, sure, he's got all the skills an assassin has. He's good with a gun. He's got all the martial arts. That's actually not what makes John Wick so good. What makes him so good is he has a laser focus on every detail necessary to win, and he will not let it go until his mission is accomplished. Hence, he plans everything out. He has strategies. He has an exit plan, and he just will not quit until he's achieved it, right? That's his superpower. Obsession. A kind of, for lack of a better term, a kind of autistic, obsessive compulsive level of like detail oriented, like he's a savant. That's actually what I see John Wick as. He's a savant. And his savant ability is the ability to kill. Like that's basically, he's just a savant at planning the means to accomplish impossible assassinations, right? Now, they've departed from that quite a bit over the course of the series because they've introduced a bunch of new characters and it's gotten more outlandish and all that. Well, my point is, the Ballerina basically is just a less capable version of John Wick. She uses much of the same fighting style he does. She basically, like him, is essentially undefeatable to every single goon she encounters in the movie. She's undefeatable. There's never a scene in the film, except for one, in which she meets an opponent that can beat her. So so what I'm saying is, the film makes a good show of avoiding the girl boss concept by suggesting that she has to be clever and strategic and outthink her stronger opponents. The problem is, in the actual execution of the film, it's just paint by numbers action scenes that require really no thought or planning or exit strategy. And her mission is not to protect anyone. It's just to get revenge and rescue someone who got kidnapped. But that's kind of a afterthought in the film. Really, her mission is to get revenge. That's it. And the bad guys, do you know what their motivation is? They're just sadistic and like to kill for fun. And here's why this is such a missed opportunity, because wouldn't it have been interesting to see her be very different than John Wick? Her mission is not to kill. She's not the Terminator. John Wick is the Terminator. What if she is more like Kyle Reese? She's the character that innocent people call upon to protect them when a John Wick is after them. Now, I think that would have been a really cool movie, and it would have necessitated a character who thinks very differently. The assassin's job is very different than hers. The assassin must plan how to get in, how to find the target, eliminate the target, and get out. Her plan is she has to anticipate the assassin's plan and create countermeasures to that. I would have loved to see this character planning out countermeasures, guiding her ward to an exit, forming a relationship with the person that she was protecting. And I also think that this would have been a great opportunity for a sympathetic character, either a love interest that she, The Bodyguard, one of the great 90s, was it a 90s film, I think? Whitney Houston, Kevin Costner, The Bodyguard. It's about a pop star who falls in love with her bodyguard. Like, you could have done something like that. You could have done, she's protecting a kid, and the kid, like Joel and Ellie, for lack of a better example, and they become, surrogate parent-child relationship. That would have been really cool. And the whole emphasis of the movie would have been, you've got to stop the Terminator from taking out the target. I think that would have been brilliant. And especially if Eve had come from outside the assassin world, it would have been even better. And the strange thing about this movie is the first act, they put a lot of effort into basically setting up the what you would need for that story to work, and they just did nothing with it. And at the end of the day, I found this movie boring. I found it derivative and incredibly disappointing. It was a lightweight version of John Wick. It was not insulting to the John Wick legacy, because here's what I will tell you. I had a concern that this character would at some point in the movie be shown to be as good as or better than John Wick in terms of skill. And all I can tell you is the movie definitively, conclusively, and without any doubt whatsoever establishes she is no match for John Wick and could not defeat him. It's that simple. Like, John Wick is as much death to her as he is to anyone else. And the movie leaves no doubt about this. And I appreciate that. I really do. And I can't tell you how I know that, because it would spoil the ending of the movie. But all I will say is, like, that is important to me, that they did not subvert John Wick and say, oh, look, you didn't know that there was this girl boss John Wick who's even better than he is. Now, is it because I don't want to see a female character be better than a male character? That has nothing to do with it. It's the dumb shills on the internet who would think that. Anthony Timmons is in the chat, says, ahoy, Starshippers. Ahoy, Anthony Timmons. Assume your posts, huh? And the real issue is, John Wick is established in the story as the Baba Yaga, the death's very messenger, the most lethal assassin in the world. That's the story of John Wick. If you are going to subvert that, you're going to basically ruin the canon of the whole story. So I'm grateful that they did not ruin the canon of the story, because you know this from the trailer. Keanu Reeves does appear in the film as John Wick. He's in there for a cameo. And all I will say is his character was respected. His character was definitely respected in the film. So it's not a insufferable girl boss character. She's not totally she's a little bit of a Mary. I won't say she's a Mary Sue. She has a lot of sympathetic qualities. She does have a hell of a lot of plot armor, which is very annoying. And it's all a missed opportunity. So Ballerina, I'm going to give this movie, I might revise this score. I'm going to think about it between now and tomorrow when I do my review recording in the captain's ready room. I was thinking a 5. When I was sitting in the theater, I was like, I'm thinking this is like a 5 out of 10. But I will say some of the action set pieces are cool. They're just not. I just don't really care very much about who wins or not. I just enjoyed watching the cool stunt work. Like, that's basically what it is. I even had the thought that John Wick movies are starting to become a kind of music video. They're starting to just become a music video of action scenes that look cool. And I don't want to see that happen in John Wick 5. I want them to continue to keep animating the emotional core of the story. But then again, I don't know if you can do that, because at this point, all John Wick's story is can he survive the inevitable? That's basically what it is. Can he kill every assassin in the world before they kill him? That's it. And that's basically her story in this, the Ballerina. Can she kill all the bad guys before they kill her? I'll give it a 5 out of 10. I'm giving Ballerina a 5 out of 10. It's like a dead even, middle of the road score. It's not offensive. It's not disrespectful to the lore. It does have some cool action scenes. However, a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of boring cliches, especially in the dialogue. Some of the dialogue in this is bad, like really bad. Especially with there's even a scene where the villain is, she's just killed like 17 dudes in a row, usually 4 at a time. usually with her bare hands. She's just dispatched like 15. I know. I'm making it sound more and more like a girl boss move. It kind of, let's face it. Anyway, so she's just dispatched like 17 dudes. And there's a radio that's like, you hear the bad guy saying, "Hello, is anyone there? Answer me. Is she dead yet?" And she picks up the radio. And I'm like, oh, come on. So there you go. Universal says, spoil it. Wrangler says, spoil it. I will spoil. Okay, I'm going to spoil what happens at the end of Ballerina. I'll give you a warning when I do in just a moment, and then we'll come back and spoilers will be over. Universal says, I was at a Fantastic Four test screening. It was not good. These people in the video are lying. The best part of the movie is Galactus, and that is all. Well, that sounds like roughly what we've been hearing. So thank you for that, Universal. Much appreciated. Universal says flamethrower. The flamethrower sequence in Ballerina was excellent. It was really cool. The problem is I wasn't invested in the character really. There's no chance she's going to lose. She can't lose. She has so much goddamn plot armor in this movie. I wasn't ever worried about it. Okay, I'm kind of spoiling my review tomorrow, but there was one scene in the movie where they did not show the action sequence where she dispatches 20 people. They just showed you the aftermath. They just showed her walking around all the dead bodies after she had killed 17 dudes. And they're all lying dead in various locations. And I thought, thank God. I'm actually grateful I did not have to sit through that whole set piece. And that's bad. Like, it's really bad when I care so little about whether the character can win or lose that, like, I actually don't even want to see it. I don't even care. I'm grateful you just showed me the aftermath. I don't even want to see the scene. Because I know what it would have been. I already know what it would have been. It would have just been, pew, pew, dodge, dodge, punch, punch, throw knife, catch knife, throw knife. Eventually, dude goes down. That would have been the whole thing. Again and again and again and again. And it was in the rest of the movie. Universal says, I like Grizzy's video. As the captain noted, some of these reactions are actually real and very scary. I don't know if I'd say scary. Well, odd. Very odd. And then others are definitely and obviously not done solely to get views and subs. Perhaps. Wrangler says, and think of this. 2 movies. First is about her defending her guy and becoming fond of him. And I would have dug that. I would really... Because think of it like this, Wrangler. It's like So you have these assassins. You have assassins like John Wick who are very much like the Terminator. They're unstoppable. They will not stop until they get their prey. Wouldn't it be cool to have the answer of like, okay, so who's the character that can stop this from happening? Who do the innocent people in the real world that's outside the continental world, how do they protect themselves? Well, they hire this Kikamura, and how does she do this? By outthinking the assassins, by strategizing and planning. There were kind of hints of this in the film Taken with Liam Neeson. He's a bodyguard of like pop stars in the film. And there were some cool elements to that. Like he has strategies for how he protects the pop star from like being attacked by a stalker, right? And so Wrangler says, second movie, she's still working for him and halfway through learns that he's her dad's assassin. I mean, that could be cool. That could be cool. Universal says, I respect the captain. Well, that's not necessary, Universal, but I appreciate that nonetheless. We can have differences and still be amicable. No, we can't. No, I'm just kidding. I will share sources if I can. There are sources I cannot share, but can share the info. Again, it's fine, Universally. Listen, he says, I respect the captain. Well, I appreciate that. But look, I'm not criticizing you personally. I'm saying it just doesn't help me if you give it, like, if you tell me what you saw, that's helpful. Like, if you're like, oh, I saw Fantastic Four and it sucked. Okay, cool. I've got your opinion on that. That's helpful. But if you tell me these are all the numbers, these are all the ratings numbers, but without any source, like no article, no Nielsen ratings, no Samba ratings, well, that's hearsay that I can't use to create valuable content. Not that that's your job. You know, I'm just saying if you want me to feature your content. So what I'm saying is the other option is, hey, if I've got a bunch of secret sources, I can't tell you who they are. Well, I think that's a good subject for a scooper channel. I'm not a scooper channel. But the Discord and the chat is for you, my dear sailors and starnauts, to do what you feel. Anthony Timmons says the boss boogeyman killer. Definitely Ballerina is not the boogeyman killer. She's not. She is no match for John Wick. The movie makes that clear. Anthony Timmons says there was a series on a while back called Person of Interest. In the second season, they introduced a character named Shaw, and she was like that. She was made to be a boss babe, but they didn't shy away from her flaws, and it made her feel more relatable and human. Yes, what is it? Ana de Armas, that's her name. Ana de Armas she's a great actress. She's very likable. There was a lot of potential here. And she is physically, her physicality is great in the choreographed scenes, even if the scenes themselves were kind of derivative and disappointing. So they did not cast a bad person for this part. And the film's heart was kind of in the right place. It just kind of chose cliches. That's really what it is. The film was a lot of cliches. Even John Wick world cliches, I would say they made too much use of. They did not show us anything new in this story. A simple assassin revenge quest. I mean, that's the least interesting thing you could tell me from the John Wick. That's the least interesting story because we've had that story 4 times with a better character for that story, John Wick. It's kind of a small miracle that the John Wick character has even had 4 successful films. That's kind of a miracle because it's the same story every single film. It's John Wick wants revenge and to survive. That's basically it. Now, okay, I'm going to spoil what happens, a thing that happens in the final act of Ballerina, and it's important as relates the character of John Wick, okay? So I'm going to spoil this because I want to tell you why it's so crucial to why this film doesn't work and is really disappointing. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, spoilers for Ballerina. So I was worried in this film that they were going to bring in John Wick and have her, like, if not directly, they were going to indirectly imply she's as good, maybe even better than he is. Well, she's on her death spree, her rampage, wiping out all the goons with no effort whatsoever. And this is causing a problem for her old boss, the director. And so the director calls in an assassin to stop her, basically. Well, who should that assassin be? I have no idea how this works in the timeline, but whatever. But John Wick. John Wick himself shows up to stop her. And I was curled up in my seat. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I was so nervous. I'm like, do not. I was like, if she kicks his ass or even just fights him to a draw, like, I'm leaving this theater right now. Like, I'm walking out. I was going to be so mad because it would break the entire premise of the whole John Wick series. Because John Wick is he's the deadliest assassin in the world, killed 3 men in a bar with a pencil. Who the fuck does that? Like, that's him. So if she undermines that, it ruins the John Wick series and I'm walking out. Now, he fights her and absolutely kicks her ass. I mean, puts her down with almost no effort and has a gun to her head, and he can kill her at his whim. And he's like, go home. And she's like, I can't go home. And she refuses, and so she fights him again, and he fights her again, kicks her ass a second time, again, no effort, not even breaking a sweat. She doesn't even come close to hurting him. again with a knife to her throat, and he could kill her if he wants to. He says, "Go home." And she refuses again. He does this 4 times. He literally kicks her ass easily 4 times in the scene, and every time he gives her a chance and says, "Don't make me kill you. I'm gonna have to do it if you keep it up." Finally, on the 4th time, she begs him, like, "They killed my father. Please just let me have this." She's begging him to let her finish this. Well, there's a midnight deadline, right? It's complicated, but for whatever, there's plot reasons, but she has until midnight. So John Wick looks at his watch and he's like, "You've got until midnight." And, rules and cons. So he's basically saying, if you don't have this done by midnight, I'm going to have to kill you. That's basically what it is. Now, I appreciated this because they respected the character of John Wick. They established that, yeah, he's literally Death's very messenger. She had no chance of stopping him. He could have killed her at any time he wanted and would have if he wanted, right? So that was cool. I appreciated that. Here's also therein the problem. The problem with that is he's the only character in the film ever that poses a real threat to her. Even the big bad guy is like zero threat to her. And I find that to be a huge problem with this film because the only scene I was even worried about anything going wrong was that scene between her and John Wick. So, okay, spoilers over. That's the end of spoilers. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. Fu Man Blue says, you got to have a ticking clock like every episode of Scorpion. Yeah, there were ways to do this, but at least the John Wick character was respected. And I do like pretty seriously well respected, and I appreciate that. And that goes to show you that, like, these are not a bunch of woke wackos writing Ballerina that are going to undermine the awesome character that is John Wick. And that is encouraging. So even more's the pity that this wasn't a better film. It really pains me to say it. I don't go to the theater hoping to be disappointed, hoping to have something to criticize. I hope to come out of the theater telling you how great it was. That's always it was my hope with Ballerina. I was like, I've been seeing a lot of trash. I'd love to see something good. Show me something good. And it's so disappointing. So disappointing that it's mid. It's mid. That's basically what I'm going to say about Ballerina. It's like a mid movie. Okay, cool. So that's Ballerina. Now, shill media gonna shill. That's just how it's gonna go. Doesn't matter. I will absolutely say that you don't have to worry about Ballerina being woke. You don't have to worry about it being a bunch of, feminazi bullshit. However, the media is going to interpret it however they want to interpret it, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So now, Mr. Producer, share this article from Screen Rant, if you would. Here we are. Okay, hat tip Screen Rant. Ana de Armas's fighting style in Ballerina and how Eve's is different from John Wick by Anthony Orlando. It's not. It's not. This is how you know it's a legacy media article, because this article literally exists to gaslight the reader. It exists for no other purpose. This article is written specifically because the opposite is true. That's why this was written, because the exact reverse opposite is true. This is my entire critique of the film. My entire critique of the film is that she's just John Wick Lite. Everything. She even does the little side tilt of the gun, which is exactly what John Wick does. Let's see what this dumb shill has to say. The John Wick franchise gave audiences a spectacular new character in Eve, the main character from the World of John Wick, Ballerina. Led by actor Ana de Armas, 2025's Ballerina follows Eve as she trains to become a fully fledged assassin of the Ruska Roma, which is boring because becoming the Kikimora, as they suggested in the film, would be more interesting. Eventually setting out on her own quest for revenge against some cult that murdered her father. Though Ballerina's main character is a protagonist in the John Wick franchise, she's a very different character from Keanu Reeves' infamous Baba Yaga, both as a person, as a fighter, which is how you know that the exact reverse opposite is true. The sad thing about this twit writing this article is that if this were true, I probably would have enjoyed the movie. But you see, because it's a girl character, one of these legacy media nitwits has to come out and literally try to gaslight the audience into believing something is not true. Quote, like John, Eve is depicted with her own limitations on the battlefield in Ballerina. No, she isn't. No, she isn't. In the setup, they say that she has limitations. They say that she's weaker than men and she's got to fight dirty. Then every scene thereafter proceeds to show her being shot, stabbed, shanked, axed, blown up, burned, and just getting up and continuing to deliver absolute haymaker knockout blows to 6-foot dudes 5 at a time with basically little to no effort. However, these limitations have only forced her to get creative throughout the film. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's the problem with the film. Oh, my God. You do not hate the media enough. You just don't. They lie about everything. She literally, she's just a tank. She just solo tanks every mission. That's all she does. She's literally just the fighter archetype. She slams her head into a sink. She bashes them through glass. She throws knives at it. She just does everything that John Wick does. It's so stupid. Doing what she can with what resources she has to win and outdo her opponents, no matter their size and numbers. Well, you got that right, because she beats them 5 at a time every time. To bring such a strong and deadly character to life, De Armas had to go through some intense training of her own. In the end, De Armas succeeded in portraying a powerful and distinctive new character that has carved her place in the world of John Wick. No, she hasn't. There's probably not even going to be a sequel. She is hot, though. She's got that going for her. When Eve is still training with the Ruska Roma early in Ballerina, her fighter instructor Nogi argues that she will always be physically weaker than her opponents, specifically her more muscular male opponents. However, Nogi encouraged her to fight like a girl. She kicks dudes in the balls. That's how you win. If you're a girl, you kick the dudes in the balls every time. You just spam that move and you win. This style of combat, kicking men in the balls, proves beneficial as it helps her complete her missions and become a certified Ruska Roma assassin in Ballerina. John has shown many times in the films that he's not opposed to using any unfair advantages to win his battles. However, Eve relies on them more, kicking dudes in the balls, due to lacking the brute strength that fighters like John possess, giving her a more distinctive style of fighting than Baba Yaga's. Even when her opponent is bashing her body across the room and she's getting back up over and over and over again, she endures the pain and does what she can to incapacitate her attacker by kicking him in the balls before going in for the kill in the balls. John Wick has repeatedly proven himself to be clever and creative killer, having notoriously killed 3 men in a bar with a pencil. Who does that? Eve has also shown that she is just as resourceful a fighter by kicking men in the balls as John in Ballerina. Throughout the film, she uses whatever tools and weapons she can, including ball kicking and kicking men in the balls, to overpower and defeat her opponents in the balls. For example, during the fight at Frank's weapon shop, she uses a rifle to hold the door shut as she tries to find some more effective weapons to level the playing field and identifying the balls to be struck. Eve then strategically uses a handful of grenades that she found to kill the assassins attacking her, blowing them up in the balls, hiding behind metal doors and tables to protect herself from the explosions. While grenades seem to have become part of Eve's more destructive style, she doesn't use traditional weapons in her fights against the cult and Ballerina. At one point, she hits an opponent in the balls and over the head with a bunch of plates as she tries to find her gun. She even uses, that's against a woman, by the way, this reference, she even uses a fire hose to extinguish an assassin's flamethrower near the end of the film. Close quote for a second. Here's the problem with this. These are cool action set pieces. But it's interesting. She says she hits an opponent over the head with a bunch of plates. That scene was really actually kind of dumb when I think about it. It was her versus a woman, and the woman was also hitting her over the head with plates. And this is exactly my problem. Although these action scenes were cool, none of these things were things you would not have seen in a John Wick film. Like, these are things John Wick would do also, I think. There was nothing she does that I wouldn't expect John Wick to do. I really think what's missing with Eve, I'm mostly fine with some of the tactics she has, like, she uses her thumb to gouge an eye. She uses what's now becoming the sort of cliche, like wrestling a man down by sort of like, I don't know, piggybacking on his neck, and somehow that makes him fall down, and now she's got him dead to rights. Like, that's the move they do in all the movies now with women, the jiu-jitsu move. I'm beginning to doubt its efficacy the more I see it in a real life encounter, but neither here nor there. That's all fine. But shouldn't she be using other things besides combat tactics? Shouldn't we see her like getting design schematics of buildings, identifying potential threats ahead of time from a crowd? Shouldn't we see her strategizing like an exit plan? Her clever ability to deceive the assassin into following a decoy while she smuggles the person she's protecting out in an alternative vehicle or something. Like, why can't we see that? Oh, geez. Oh, here we go. Is Eve a better fighter than John Wick? Eve is strong and skilled, but she's no match for the Baba Yaga. Well, thank God. That's the one thing he said accurately in this article. I suppose this is a spoiler. This is a spoiler for Ballerina. Eve had the chance to measure her skills against John Wick and Ballerina as the director sent him to kill her in the Chancellor's isolated town. I've already described that in the spoiler section, so we'll just move on. Yeah, we got all that. How Ana de Armas trained herself. Now, this I do believe. I believe that she trained herself well. Like I said, she's not the problem in this film as an actor. Her physicality is excellent and a lot of fun to watch in the movie. No complaints there. But this idea that her tactics are different than John Wick's, it's exactly not the case, and it's exactly why this film, it's one of two major reasons this film is unfortunately kind of a snooze fest. Not the worst thing you're going to see all year, but nothing to write home about. Redoubt Production says, sigh, I'm still lacking a reason to go to my local theater or drive-in. Yes, I missed out on Sinners. Not happy about that. And that, really, Redoubt, that's the best movie for a drive-in. It really, Sinners is a classic drive-in. That is a drive-in movie. Redoubt says, are you going to make the ball kick count edition of Ballerina? I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. I don't know how many. There's a lot of kicking in the ball. It's not actually that she kicks men in the balls so many times in the movie. It's more that like the movie only ever demonstrates how she's different than John Wick by showing her kick men in the balls. That's all it is. John Wick can kick men in the balls. Men can kick each other in the balls. That's not exclusive to the babes. That's my problem with it. It's not that good. Okay, yeah, it's a good move, but like, dude, don't you think that all these psycho killer assassins who all fight dirty are going to figure this out? I literally had the thought in the movie. I'm like, if these assassins just wear a cup, then it's over for her. That's it. They've eliminated her move. She's got no moves after that. If they just have like a Kevlar underwear or something, well, they've got those really cool jackets that can block bullets. You just pull up the lapel of your jacket in front of the bullet and no bullet. It's like, oh, bullet's about to kill you. No bullet problem now. Well, they could just do that, but with like Kevlar over, the twig and berries, the wedding tackle. Wrangler says that's why chicks who have high speed and precision should learn and practice pressure points and nerve strikes, not swing haymakers. Yes, that's actually a great point. They never made an effort to show her learning stuff like that. Like, that could have been cool. Interestingly enough, Kill Bill does a better job of that. Kill Bill does a better job of showing how, like, Uma Thurman's character learns those types of things, like how to, like, paralyze someone's nerves or something, because she learned from this like great kung fu master. Fu Man Blue says, so basically if you wear a cup against her, you're fine. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I thought, Fu Man Blue, when I'm watching a movie. I'm like, just wear a cup and you've eliminated 90% of her advantage now. Because that's it. Ow, my balls. Anthony Timmons says, and the movie itself eventually tanks in the balls. Yes. I don't know why that's so funny to me. It's so disappointing, man. Can't you be a little more creative? There was such a good movie buried in this script. If it had just been rewritten and they tweaked a couple things, I think this could have been a really good film. Seriously. This could have been a seriously unique and moving film. But I think that the problem is John Wick has gotten too far away from its roots to begin with. The core story of the first John Wick film is beautiful. It's magnificent. It's really a perfect story from beginning to end. Now, I was going to look something up. What was I going to look up, Lieutenant Producer? Oh, yeah. You made me think of it. The movie tanking, Anthony Timmons. I want to see what the Ballerina box office numbers are. Because I am curious. I am curious if it's doing well. Deadline says why Ballerina didn't leap into the rafters with a $25 million opening. Let's see. John Wick's offshoot Ballerina didn't budge from a $25 million opening after an A cinema score. Of course. The legacy media are such shills. As long as it's a girl that's the main character, they're going to give it, oh my God, it's so stunning, so brave. I'm so tired of this. It's so boring. Anyway, one of the best so it got an A cinema score. While that grade for the Len Wiseman directed movie is under the franchise's best in show, John Wick Chapter 4's A, it's it's slightly under. It's well above the original John Wick's B. I don't care. Deadline. Movie was 10 point. Let's see. Friday for the Ana de Armas movie was 10.6 million, including previews, with Saturday down 8.2%. So the global start was about 51 million. Not a good sign for any studio when you show up tracking at point A and drop to point B or C. This happened recently for Karate Kid Legends. So it's not doing great. And I don't think it's going to do well. I don't think this movie's going to do well at all because it's nothing new. It honestly, this is like a wait for streaming movie. Ballerina is 100%. It's wait for streaming. And by the way, this is not homework for the John Wick franchise. Like, there's nothing here you need to know for the next John Wick movie at all. So forgettable. Fu Man Blue says, same playbook, same outcome. Tell me you're insane without telling me you're insane. Yeah, I won't say that like they defaulted to the typical. It's not as bad as an MCU character. Definitely not. Like she's not. Listen, if this were like a Marvel movie and it was, let's say it was, Captain Britain, so like the Peggy Carter as Captain America, and she went up against Steve Rogers, Captain America, 100%, even if he won in the end, she would have beaten him at least once or twice in a battle. She would have 100%. They would have had to show Steve Rogers losing to her. Right? So what I'm saying is, if this had been the same type of people writing this, she would have 100% beat the fuck out of John Wick. Or at least won one round against him. And it's clear from this movie that that's not the case. That she has no chance of beating Baba Yaga. As bad as the new Crow? Definitely not. No. The Crow, the new Crow movie is a 1 out of 10 on the epaulets. I'm saying Ballerina's a 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. There's some fun in the movie. Like there's some fun action sequences. Ana de Armas is likable. That's really what frustrates me about the film is I wanted to be invested in her character. I liked her character. I thought she had a lot of interesting personality in the film. She really does have a lot of personality. The problem is her backstory is such an obvious cliche backstory that it's boring. She needed to be an innocent. That's the key to this movie. That's the beat that's missing. If you're looking at this as a Blake Snyder beat sheet, right? If I were, what would I have called it? Superhero story, perhaps? Dude with a problem? Definitely not dude with a problem. Golden Fleece story, maybe. That would be better, but I think at the end of the day, it's basically a superhero story. And the problem is, for a superhero story to be effective, the superhero has to have a curse that makes them relatable. And she doesn't have a curse that makes her relatable. She has a curse that makes her more unrelatable, which is she is the daughter of a man who was already part of an assassin cult. And he tried to get her out of that world, and she simply wound up in it anyway. That's not very interesting. On the other hand, if he had been an honorable, good man, maybe wealthy and connected, trying to do something good for the world, and he crossed the high table, they tried to intimidate him, he wouldn't back off, he was in over his head, he had no clue who he was messing with, and they had him killed. And she witnessed it and managed to narrowly escape, and then chose to enter the dark world of the assassins to gain their power to use against them. Now that's a superhero story. And even better yet, she is tasked with protecting. Think about this for a second. Because that's one obvious way to get at it. But I would have liked it even better if she had chosen the path of the protector to prevent it rather than get revenge. She doesn't want revenge. Forget about that for a second. That's not her motivation. She doesn't want revenge. Rather, she wants to prevent this from ever happening again. And so she's part of a counter to the assassin class. She's part of the bodyguard class. That would have been so freaking awesome because she would have been the natural like enemy of the John Wick style character. She would have been the natural, like the lion has its competitors in the animal kingdom, right? What is the competitor to the lion? And I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but she would have been that analog, right? It's like, I can't think of a good analogy, but if it comes to me, I'll share it with you. My point is, I would so much rather have seen this sort of a totally different culture. It's not about just you're the gun for hire, you're the weapon, you know, I have served, I will serve. She's not like that. She wants to protect the charge, and the charge is a character that's meaningful and sympathetic and interesting, and we root for her because she herself is wounded. She's learned the tools of her enemy. I use the tools of my enemy. I've given everything, and she doesn't use them the way that John Wick uses them. She doesn't become this dark monster that he is. Instead, she uses them to try and prevent this from happening. What happened to her, she's trying to prevent it happening to someone else. God, I think that would have been such a good movie. I really do. It just bothers me. It bothers me that they missed that. It bothers me that they didn't see it. It was right in front of them. Instead, they just told another boring story about the assassin underworld. I don't care. I don't need to see this story 1,000 times in a row, okay? I don't need to see 10 of these. I would so much rather have seen something different. I really would have. So no, it's not as bad as The New Crow, but it's kind of as pointless as The New Crow. I will say that. What else? What else in the chat? Have I caught up with you, chat? Anthony Timmons says, the sad thing for me about that movie, or which one are we referring to? The Crow, I think, was I actually really like Bill Skarsgård, as do I, as an actor, and they shit all over him. The perfect foil. Well, Bill Skarsgård is a genius actor, and he's a character actor, and I think he was a good casting. If you're going to do a Crow remake, I think he was a really good casting. The problem with that movie, well, actually, it's kind of the same problem now that I think about it. You know what? That's a perfect example. I just realized it's the same problem that the Ballerina has. Okay, so the original Crow film is about, what's the name of the character who becomes the Crow? I forget his name. Anyway, Tommy or something. That's so bad. The Crow guy. We're just going to call him the Crow guy, okay? The Crow guy in the original Brandon Lee film, before his death, he was an innocent man, as was his wife. Him and his wife were innocents who were murdered by organized crime who were trying to steal their property from them. Eric Draven. Thank you, Anthony. So Eric Draven and his wife were innocents. Only after his death did Eric Draven become this kind of nihilistic angel of death. Only after that, right? After he was murdered unjustly and wounded, he went from being an innocent character to a monster. Now, the problem with the new Crow film is that he's already a depressed, dysfunctional, miserable human being at the very beginning. And he then shacks up with a girlfriend who is also a depressed, damaged, miserable human being. And together they commiserate over their misery. And then when the bad guys kill her, then he decides to become an even more miserable, nihilistic killer. And I thought, well, nothing new has happened here. He's only become more of what he was in the beginning. That's the difference. Eric Draven in the original was an innocent who took on the sin, whereas Eric Draven in the remake was already immersed in the sin and just leaned into it. Same problem with Ballerina. She should have been an innocent who chose the dark path. That would have been a compelling, meaningful character, and there would have been a hint of tragedy in her story, even as she protects the innocent. As it is, the Ballerina, she was by birthright part of the assassin class. She was already part of this world, and everyone involved in the story is part of this world. Everyone. Nobody in this story is an innocent person. They all sort of have it coming. All of them. So that's the problem. Anthony says, been sick but getting much better. Well, that's good to hear. Let's help nurse Anthony Timmons back to health. Yeah, exactly. He just doubled down on his own misery, Anthony. It's exactly the problem, and it's so interesting. I did not draw the connection between those two films until I thought about it. But I had the same thought with both of these films, The Crow and Ballerina. I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm thinking, nothing new has been added here. She's just doing exactly what her father did. That's exactly what her father did and the life he wanted to spare her from. And I guess that's kind of how they're getting at the innocence factor. her father tried to get her out of the life and she wound up in it anyway because the life can't. But that's not nearly as interesting as if he had just been a good man who didn't deserve it. That would have been interesting. That would have been powerful and meaningful. Well, think about Batman. Batman's a great example. Martha and Thomas Wayne were wealthy, but they were good people who did philanthropic works, and they used their wealth to benefit people. They were innocent. The fact that a criminal murdered them and they didn't deserve it is what creates the wound in Bruce Wayne, which creates Batman, right? Batman is a dark character who has given in to the urge of obsession, an obsession with justice to his own detriment, to essentially sacrificing ever having a normal life and essentially adopting a kind of psychotic vigilante lifestyle. That's because he was innocent until his parents were taken away from him. That is so crucial to the Bruce Wayne character. And by the way, some really dumb, like TV shows and stuff have tried to rewrite this so that Thomas and Martha Wayne were actually somewhat guilty. Like they had been exploiting the poor. Perfect example: Todd Phillips' Joker, the Joker film. It suggests that Thomas Wayne was power hungry. He was cruel to people that he saw as beneath him, and he only wanted political power over Gotham City. That's essentially how Thomas Wayne is presented in Joker, the first one. Not Joker, but the first one. I hated that. I hated that until later I kind of thought about it, and I was like, well, we are seeing this through the Joker's eyes, and he's an unreliable witness, so that actually kind of works because we're actually seeing Thomas Wayne through the eyes of the Joker. And so from that perspective, I'm actually okay with it. But if we were to just take it as literal, the way they portray Thomas Wayne in Joker 1 is awful because it makes him a character who deserved it. And that would ruin the Bruce Wayne character because it would mean that Bruce Wayne himself is kind of not totally innocent because he's doing all this because of what he thinks his father was, but he's wrong about that. And that would ruin the character. So this is essentially the same problem with Ballerina. Where's the degenerate Brit today? Asked Fuman. Well, he popped by in the very beginning of the stream, Fuman Blue. That would be Staffia. He popped by to let us know he has family matters and he's not able to attend. But he said hello, so he was here. Anthony Timmons says, the remake of The Crow, or the attempt, never grabbed me from the beginning, and he ended without having any redemption arc. Yeah, it's interesting. You could have had that be the story, that he was kind of miserable and depressed, and becoming the Crow gives him like a second life and he uses it somehow for like redemption, being good. Maybe instead of going on a crazy psychopathic murder spree in an opera house, maybe instead he protects someone innocent. I don't think that'd be the right direction for the story, but at least that would be going from one place to another instead of just going from one place to more of the same. You know what I'm saying? Lame. I know, it's very lame, Fuman. We miss Starfury greatly, especially since we had shills and he missed the shills. We have lots of cool stuff. Let's have a little fun, shall we? I came across this. As you know, my dear chat, I am a giant fan of the channel Pitch Meeting with Ryan George. And he has a new one, folks. He has a new one. It's been a while since there was a new release. And he's reviewed one. I am very excited. I'm very excited about this. I give you the pitch meeting for a Minecraft movie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I have not seen this yet. We're going to watch it together.
So, you got a new kids movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. I was thinking it's about time we make a Minecraft movie. Okay, I don't know if that's such a great idea. Trust me, sir, my kids are super into it. Okay, wow. Well, what are we thinking, like Timothy Chalamet as young Adolf? Oh, my God, no, Minecraft, the video game. Oh, thank God. Okay, that makes a ton more.
Minecraft. Timothy Chalamet as young A. Oh, jeez.
Sense a Minecraft movie. Okay, so what do we call it? Oh, you're gonna like this. A Minecraft movie? Oh, that's good. Again, I was thinking we get Jack Black in this thing. Jack Black in a video game adaptation, huh? Well, it worked well in the Super Mario Bros. Movie. That's the idea. And I was thinking we get Jason Momoa in this too, and they go into the Minecraft world. Jack Black going into a video game world with a DC superhero, huh? Well, it worked well in Jumanji. That's the idea. It's all been done and proven. Oh man, this is feeling so freaking safe. I love it. I feel so safe. It's like I'm nestled in my mother's bosom. We can go do that after this, sir. Together. What? And so Jack Black's character, his name is Steve. And what's his deal? He's Jack Black. Got it. He'll be great at that. And so he leaves the boring real...
That's exactly it. He'll be great at that. He's great at being Jack Black. Actually, honestly, he's really not, though. This was one of my problems with this movie, is that Jack Black, honest to God, it was like he was doing an impression of Jack Black. He was so ridiculous. He was so over the top. It was like he was impersonating himself.
World and goes into the Minecraft overworld and builds a bunch of cool stuff and befriends a dog named Dennis. Okay. But then he gets trapped in this place called the Nether. Getting trapped in the Nether regions is tight. Gross. Okay. And so this place is run by this big bad pig lady, Malgosha.
Oh, that's right. The pig witch. The pig witch. No, not Rachel Zegler. I did not say that.
It is, and she wants this orb and crystal that Steve has because that would let her take control of the overworld, which would let her do that. That makes sense. So Steve sends Dennis back into the real world to hide this stuff, but then Jason Momoa finds it. And what's his character's deal? He used to be a famous gamer, but now he owns a failing video game store and he needs cash. Got it. And then there's this kid Henry who gets bullied for being creative, and his sister Natalie. And so Henry is the main character? I thought it was maybe Jack Black. Or is it Jason Momoa? Who's the main character? Everyone! Oh my God. And then there's a real...
That's exactly right. That's exactly the problem with this movie. Who's the main character? Everyone's the main character. Shut the fuck up.
Real estate agent / mobile petting zoo owner, dog.
Oh, jeez. What the hell is this movie? I'm reliving it now. It's like... This movie is so bananas. It's like it doesn't even know what it is. Is it a parody? Is it having fun with the concept? Is it fantasy? I really can't figure it out. Does it have like a heartwarming message?
On. What's her deal? She's gonna be in the movie too. Great, sure, okay. So they all end up in the Minecraft overworld too, and they're like, oh, hey. Oh, it sounds like it's somewhat interesting to them. It does seem mildly surprising to them. So now Malgosha knows that the orb and crystal are back in the Minecraft world, so she sends Steve to go get it by saying she's kidnapped Dennis. Okay. So then Steve meets the gang and helps them fight monsters, but the earth crystal's destroyed. Oh no, that means something, I assume. It means they need another one. I knew it. So now Steve is gonna be their Minecraft tutorial for the rest of the movie, and he's gonna do this a lot. Oh boy, that's classic Jack Black right there. It sure is, sir. Oh, and also this Minecraft villager is gonna go through the portal and go on a date with Henry's vice principal. Is that gonna have any effect on anything? None whatsoever, but we'll check in on that once in a while. Great. So back in the Minecraft world, we're doing all sorts of pop culture and Minecraft references, like one of the pigs is named Chungus. That's a thing I'm pretty sure kids say or something. And one of the characters is gonna say unalive. That's a thing that kids say online to bypass censorship and filters. Oh, is that why they say that? That's actually kind of dark. That's fine, keep it. In fact, include several screaming, burning piglets. Okay, great. So then what happens? Well, then Jason Momoa finds out that Jack Black has a bunch of Minecraft diamonds, so he's like, well, I want some of those or I'm not giving you the orb. Why would weird Minecraft diamonds have any value in the real world? Because they're diamonds. That's a good point. And there's also going to be this chicken jockey scene where a little Minecraft zombie rides a chicken and Jason Momoa has to fight it. Chicken jockey! Yes, that's right, sir. It's called Chicken Jockey.
Oh God!
What is happening?
I suddenly have the urge to scream and throw things and destroy everything in this room.
Okay, well, let's hope that doesn't happen with the audience. Yeah, no, that probably won't happen. Anyway, then there's gonna be a big battle on a bridge, and Jason Momoa is gonna sacrifice himself in a huge explosion. Oh my God, so he dies? He sure does, sir. Wow, this movie's pretty high stakes. It sure is, and they lose the orb to Malgosha. Oh no. So now Jack Black and the remaining crew, they craft a bunch of weapons and build an army to fight the piglin attack. Oh, wow. Wow, and there's a big old fight and Jason Momoa swoops in to help. He survived that huge explosion? Yep, no further questions. Thank God, so they beat the bad guys using Minecraft crap.
No further questions. I will say that's like the number one thing about this movie is that at no point whatsoever is there any sense of tension, danger, peril. There's absolutely no point in this movie where I'm worried about the bad guy winning. I'm worried about a character dying. I'm worried about something of value or beauty being lost forever. At no, or even that this world is going to endure some kind of sad oppression or destruction. At no point in this movie is there anything at all to make you feel any level of suspense whatsoever. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Anthony. The video is behind the audio, and it's because when I'm running it through the OBS, it doesn't synchronize. Now, the reason I do it this way is because if I did it directly through Restream, the video would be in sync, but then you'd be getting the clicking and popping sound, so the audio is better. So I had to choose the lesser of two evils. Hopefully, I can upgrade my equipment soon.
App and save the day. Amazing. And they were able to work together because they're all best friends now. Wait, how'd they become best friends? Well, they've all been in the same movie together. That is how friendship works. Okay, right. So they head back to the normal world and save Jason Momoa's store, and everything's great. Was it hard for them to save the store? Actually, it was super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, the gang gets together and they create a successful video game, and then they also start doing live music at the store, so that gets super popular. Video games and live music are two famously safe and reliable business ventures, so that makes total sense to me. Great, and so that's about it. What do you think? Well, it's a very popular kids thing that I have a very limited understanding of, and that's a winning formula, and it can't fail. You're damn right, sir. It makes me want to adapt a bunch of kids crap I don't fully understand. And adapt we will, till there's nothing left.
Hat tip pitch meeting. As I enjoy those. I do. Yeah, I'm sorry about the video situation. I had to pick which I felt was better for the experience. Is it the video being in sync? I've tried to solve it. I've tried to find patches, drivers, tutorials, forums. I've looked everywhere for a solution to this, and I think it's just the graphics card on my computer can't handle it, and so I hope to upgrade that soon. Anthony says it's not really a problem, just an observation. I appreciate your forgiving attitude, Anthony, but I hate it. I hate it. I hate it that anything on my stream is substandard, which is why I really admire the F&T crowd's ability to acknowledge that they are low-tier YouTubers and retards, and I think I wish I had that ability to just own the fact that I am a low-tier YouTuber, and it's just not going to be, perfection. But whatever. Fu Man Blue, not a fan of the pitch meeting? Oh, fair enough. I do what I can. Feel free to send me videos you'd like to see on the Captain's Cast. I do consider them. Like, when people put videos in the Discord, I consider them for the stack of stuff. In fact, Wrangler sent me this one. I forgot to play it. I did have it in the stack. Here we go. Now, unfortunately, the video lag situation is still what it is, but share screen, Mr. Producer. Wrong window. Here it is. It's Deadpool versus Snow White.
They say you're the best mercenary gold can buy.
Gold, money, sometimes I just kill people for a chimichanga.
Snow White has become a problem. If we don't get rid of her, I'm afraid Disney will throw everyone in my world into the void.
Yikes! First Dinklage yanks up the world's shortest ladder behind him, and then Snow Not So White destroys this entire IP.
Can you handle this? I could really use a savior right now.
Anything for you, Wonder Woman. Hey, Snow Blight.
Oh, look. Another relic of toxic masculinity.
I would watch this movie. This would be a great movie.
I can smell that gas you're lighting from here, and it smells like hate. My princess, we could use some water. Peter Dinklage! They must have scrapped that awful CG. Oh my you're playing
This would be so good. Oh my God, Ryan Reynolds just delivering the one-liners.
7 of them now, aren't you? You scheming little imp.
Hey, no breaks. Get back to work.
Yes, princess.
And whistle while you work. And you! Do you wear...
That's the Game of Thrones theme. They're whistling the Game of Thrones theme.
That mask to escape your white privilege? It's giving colonizer, and very evidently so.
You, Farquaad! This mask is the
evidently so.
The fact that underneath, I look like a burnt marshmallow trying to pass as a human. I admire you, though. It takes guts to show the world a face only a poisoned apple could love.
The reality is that your humor, Deadpool, it's extremely dated. Much like the patriarchy you represent.
All right, Snow Pumpkin Spice Latte, your reign of woke terror is over. It's
Pumpkin
time for
Spice.
you to go to the void.
Do you know who I am? This is a new era, and I'm here to deconstruct the heteronormative fairy tale archetype.
Zip it, Zegler!
I am a strong...
I know I can't take no more. It ain't no lie. I want to see you out that door, baby. Bye.
That's
bye,
the theme I use.
By the way, all your scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby. Oh, sweet, sweet silence. Oh my gosh! It's OG Snow White, everybody! Disney must have thrown her in the void!
Is it finally over? Am I really home?
Yes, you are, sweetheart. Yes, you are.
Oh! Thank you!
And that's how you do it, Disney. You smell like Brett Cooper.
Oh, that's pretty good. Nice. Hat Tip Beanie Brothers. So, Wrangler suggested that one, I think. Was that Wrangler? I'm pretty sure. It was in there. The captain must give accurate attribution. Yes, it was. It was. And then there was something else I saw in the chat, but in the Discord. So, yeah, join the Discord. The link is in the description. And I forgot, as members, if you're a member on the channel, you will also get access to a special channel on Swords and Starships Discord, which is the Officers Lounge. So I'll make sure I give those access privileges today or tomorrow. Members stream tomorrow. Captain's Ready Room will be reviewing Ballerina and possibly something else of interest. You'll just have to see. Fu Man Blue says, no, I like pitch meeting, just busting balls. Fair enough. Hey, I'm here to entertain you, my dear audience. My name is Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, and it is my goal, my wish, and my pledge to serve you, my beloved audience. So if you feel that I am, please put a like and a subscribe. Turn on the notification bell. That is important because when I go live with this stream or the member stream or the new video drops, because there will be, I've got all 4 of my Andor reviews are ready to go. They're going to be dropping this week. The notifications will tell you that they have arrived. So, and hat tip to Skunk's Workshop, which is partnering with Swords and Starships to help you deliver this content at a breakneck pace. Thank you, Skunks. You complete me. Now, next in the stack of stuff. Oh, yes. Yes. Why modern characters are so unlikable. Hat tip Padda. I wanted to share this piece with you because now we've talked about the issue with Ballerina. We talked about the issue with all of these flops that Disney has now they're finally giving up the ghost, laying off, downsizing. Probably they're not firing the right people, but they're paying a price. They are paying a price for their arrogance. But why has it come to this? And that is the subject of this video. Mr. Producer, share screen if you would. Hat tip, the YouTube channel Padda.
I've grown quite worried about the trajectory of what humans perceive as strength, not only in entertainment media, but even in influencers and perceived role models. This is a steady decline that has been gradually moving towards shaping the very definition of strength. For me, this is actually quite a fascinating topic because of how blind a lot of people are to what is actually happening, almost as though they know the counterfeit better than the genuine. What do I mean by this? There is an interesting phenomenon called perceptual expertise that I'll use as an illustration. Anyone who handles cash on a constant basis, especially in a profession, gain an incredible ability to easily identify counterfeits. Now, something I find insane about this phenomenon is that it isn't actually taught. It is grown through exposure. Bank tellers and cashiers handle genuine banknotes all day. This constant, repeated exposure allows them to develop an intuitive sense of what feels right. The texture, color, weight, print clarity, and even embedded features of real currency. Over time, they build this mental prototype or baseline of what authentic notes look like. So when a counterfeit does come along, it stands out. Not necessarily because the cashier knows exactly what's wrong, but because it doesn't match the baseline they've naturally internalized. Their brain subconsciously flags it as unfamiliar or off. Now, you could probably see where I'm going with this. I believe that a lot of modern writers and influencers are more exposed to a counterfeit strength than they are to actual genuine strength. So to them, genuine strength is foreign, and they probably even see it as weakness. Unfortunately, it also seems like this is slowly becoming the norm. Before I dive into
Now, this is such a brilliant observation of how these modern creatives, they actually, I think he's actually soft pedaling it a little bit here. I think it's absolutely this, that what we know to be the strength of a character, those qualities that made a character strong, such as stoicism, such as courage under fire, such as, just the masculine instinct to protect the innocent or the weak, things like that, chivalry, in a word. Those are what we used to think of when we thought of strength, goodness, heroism. It is exactly, not sort of, no, it's exactly those qualities which modern creatives, executives now consider weaknesses, not strength. Why do they consider the weaknesses? Well, it's in their words. They consider it toxic masculinity. They consider it patriarchy. They consider it imperialism and cultural appropriation. They have 1,000 Orwellian terms for all the things they consider it, but it all comes down to the same thing. Good is now bad and bad is now good. It's why all the characters we get are nihilistic. It's why James Gunn has eliminated the phrase truth, justice, and the American way in favor of truth, justice, and the human way in Superman's James Gunn, the upcoming film. Just on that note, think of how simple it is to simply show Superman in his classic archetype in a film, and you have this post. Can I find this? Lieutenant Producer. Oh my God, I forgot about the Bella memes. We'll get to those. Don't worry. I had them in my stack of stuff. I'm making a point with this. Oh my God, I forgot about that too. There's so many things to show you. I can't find it. All right, so I came across an X post, and it was a list. It was a list of all of the characters. No, oh, wait. I know how to find it. Because I retweeted it. That's right. I forgot I did. I did retweet it. Or I quote tweeted it, I think. Replies. I could swear I did. Oh, there it is. Yep, I got it. Okay, let me just share this. We're going to slight detour here to kind of make my point about how these modern writers like James Gunn have kind of lost the language of these characters. So I came across this from DC, this X account DCU Brief, and they said every character in the Superman movie and who they are explained. A thread. Okay? I start scrolling through this. Okay, we have Superman, played by David Corenswet. This iteration of Superman is still early in his career, but is already publicly known, etc., etc. Yeah, that's fine. Moving on. Lois Lane. Yep, she's the plucky reporter. Cool. Got that. Crypto, the dog who was inspired by James Gunn's own dog. I roll, but whatever. Okay, fine. Crypto. All right, he's cute. Superman robot number 4, one of Superman's assistants. Okay, yeah, one of the supporting characters. Lex Luthor. Okay, yeah, the villain played by Nicholas Hoult. He's meant to be truly evil, like that. All good with that. Lex Luthor's assistant. Okay, cool. She's in there. The Engineer. The Engineer is allied with Lex Luthor, and she has all kinds of cool abilities. Jimmy Olsen. Perry White. Steve Lombard. Cat Grant. Metamorpho, who can change his body into any element he wishes. Mr. Terrific, who is part of the Justice Gang. Oh, look here, Hawk Girl is in it. Guy Gardner is in it. He's one of the Green Lanterns. Did you know he's a Green Lantern? Oh, wait, Rick Flag Sr., the father of Rick Flag Jr., who was killed in James Gunn's Suicide Squad. The Kaiju, who is an original character created by James Gunn just for this movie, not from any of the comics, just said, why the hell not? And the Hammer of Boravia. The Hammer of Boravia is going to be making an appearance. Oh, look at this. We have Ultraman. Ultraman is going to be in it. What in the hell? I'm like going through, I'm saying. So the post was, every character. So I quote tweeted, said, hey, James Gunn, will Superman be getting at least equal screen time with the other 9 main characters in this movie? Just asking. So my point is, the story of Superman is about his strength as a character, his mission to protect the innocent. That is a story that is rich in depth and potential and possibility. It is more than enough to tell a 2-hour film that's inspiring and hopeful and uplifting and optimistic and unique and different and with some new things to show you that we've never seen before in previous versions of Superman. So why the hell is James Gunn removing iconic lines from the comics and stuffing it full of kaiju and Ultraman and Hawk Girl and Guy Gardner and all this crap? Well, this, I would argue, is the reason.
What this modern depiction of strength is, let's look at what genuine strength has always looked like. Throughout history, we see that strength has often been defined as the capacity to endure.
Well, I say the reason. It's one of the reasons. Let's say that.
Act with integrity under pressure and to choose what is right even when it costs you. It is a moral and emotional resilience, not the absence of struggle, but the decision to face it. It is also force and power under control. Marcus already.
By the way, this is one of the reasons Godzilla -1 is such a perfect film. Such a perfect film. And if you've been a follower of the Swords and Starships Captains cast for any length of time, you know that the rule on this channel is it is always appropriate, relevant, and on topic to discuss Takashi Yamazaki's brilliant magnum opus, Godzilla -1. Shkishkima is a character who literally chickens out in the beginning of the film, and it becomes the albatross around his neck for the whole movie. He's trying to pick up the pieces of his life. He's trying to find he does not believe he's worthy of life. He's been indoctrinated in a culture which said the only good thing he could do for the war effort was to die for a lost cause. To die killing an enemy, even though the war was already lost. That was the most valuable contribution he could make, and he abrogated that responsibility and therefore doesn't even deserve to be alive, right? That's basically the underpinning of his character. And so the key pivotal moment in the film is when Shkishkima has the choice of whether to accept that there's no hope to defeat Godzilla, he's too unstoppable, nothing can defeat him, it can't be done, or to embrace the struggle, to have courage, and to face his fears, and to finally... He literally faces two fears. First, he faces his fear of death by choosing to fly a kamikaze mission against Godzilla. But then, at the urging of one of the comrades who once looked down on him for failing his mission, that same comrade urges him to take on a second courageous act, which is to choose to live, to choose to see the value of his own life and to survive. Not just to defeat Godzilla, but to defeat Godzilla and live for the people who need him, and because he has value in the world. And that is an act of strength. That is that he chooses to face the unfaceable. That is true strength of character. It's God, it's such a great movie. It's so damn good.
Aurelius put it this way: you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. Strength isn't about control over people or circumstances. It's about self-mastery. The ability...
Holy shit, that is such a laser focused, scalpel, precision level take, because this is exactly why the activist wackos, the woke crowd, the social justice warriors, the crazy feminazi crowd, you name it. There's too many to name because there's dozens of these crazy psychopathic ideologies. Why are they? And they're all of them are obsessed with power over others, not just power over their deeds, but their thoughts and their speech. Obsessed with it. See pronoun policing, for examples. Why are all these, particularly left-wing, but especially left-wing, woke, wacko ideologies, why are they so obsessed with power all the time? They are so obsessed with power all the time because they see strength as the ability to control the things around you and the people around you rather than the ability to face inherent struggle. Their entire worldview is founded on the idea that it's your fault I'm struggling and I shouldn't have to, because of your white privilege or your imperialist legacy or whatever the stupid wacko belief system is. They are so committed to this idea that they've literally circled all the way back to advocating for... We had the Sweet Baby Inc. employee, the consultant, who was supposed to, now fired by EA from the Wakanda video game project. She was saying the only safe way to run a company is to make sure that there's no white people in your office, because everyone knows that it's better to be around people that are just like you. How can they have become this insane? How can they have literally gone from civil rights era equality movements all the way, they've horseshoed all the way back to segregate? How is that possible? This is how it's possible, because they have confused strength with control. Every tyrant, every oppressor in history makes this mistake.
To stay steady when everything else is shaking. The power to respond instead of react, to remain grounded when your pride wants to escalate, and in a world that tells you to be loud, aggressive, or performative, Marcus flips it. Real strength isn't about bending the world to your will. It's about mastering yourself in the middle of it. This is a fundamental understanding that everyone has had about strength for a very long time. There are so many clear examples of games, series, and movies over the last 20 to 30 years of genuine strength. But it feels like there is a shift happening. Some of our favorite characters in the past, whether real or fictional, those who have had a very deep understanding of what genuine strength looks like, wouldn't necessarily even exist nowadays. And if they did exist, they would either be gender swapped or race swapped, or even be made to look pathetic where possible. And the characters that replace them or take their throne are so poorly written that it blows my mind how they even exist. Unfortunately, a lot of modern writers simply don't understand genuine strength. Classical writers like J.R.R. Tolkien knew what genuine strength was. They knew that strength has a cost, that it takes something out of you. It doesn't leave you untouched, it leaves scars. It humbles you, it makes you even quieter. And that's the irony. The strongest people are usually the ones that don't even talk about how great or strong they are, because they've lived it, they've bled for it, and they know it's not a show. This kind of strength isn't taught. It's shaped over time, in moments of choosing silence, restraint, and endurance. It's taught through exposure. It's always incredible and actually somewhat beautiful to see characters and people who suffer or struggle still choose to do good.
This is, I love that they show this scene from Spider-Man 2, which is the greatest Spider-Man film of all time, and probably the greatest. I consider The Dark Knight. It's this or The Dark Knight for me. Greatest superhero film of all time. This is such a great shot to choose because it is about the cost to the hero. They have to give up something. Universal says, I was away watching the game. Game is over. Welcome back, Universal. Assume you'll post so. Which makes me want to show... on this subject, it makes me think of something I want to show you. I would say, let's see if I can find this. I probably can't find it. I'll see if I can find it. Roll tape.
Strength that moves people. That's the strength that transforms people. But this is disappearing. Or worse, it's being replaced by a counterfeit. What is it being replaced by? Narcissism. What we're calling strength today is often just narcissism in disguise. It's not rooted in sacrifice or humility. It's about ego, attention, and the desperate need to be admired without being challenged. Modern characters, and let's be honest, many public figures too, aren't strong because they overcome anything. They're strong because the script says so, or because they say so. They don't earn our respect. They demand it.
That is such a good point. They're strong because
and the desperate need to be admired without being challenged.
Hang on. They're strong because they say so. Such a great observation.
They don't grow, they're written to be right from the start. They're never wrong, never vulnerable, never in doubt. And if they are, it's used for 5 seconds of forced relatability before they're back to monologuing about how misunderstood they are. This isn't strength. It's self-worship. You see this constantly. Characters who bulldoze through others emotionally, who never listen, who never compromise, and we're told this is empowerment. But being impossible to work with doesn't make you powerful. It just makes you insufferable. Strength has been reduced to this kind of moral untouchability, a person who can't be questioned, corrected, or critiqued because they are the representation of some broader ideal. But this is dangerous, because it teaches audiences, especially young ones, that personal growth isn't necessary, that virtue is a given, that the world should revolve around you because you're the main character. This obsession with self has hollowed out the archetype of the hero. We used to cheer for really good characters because they gave something up. Now we're just told to cheer because they represent some kind of demographic. The worst part? Most of the audience feels the difference. They don't always know how to articulate it, but they know something is off. These new strong characters feel empty. Their victories don't move us. Their pain doesn't shake us. Because deep down, we know strength without selflessness, sacrifice, or love isn't strength at all. It's narcissism. Now, the problem goes deeper than just poor writing. There's now a dangerous trend that if you don't like certain modern characters or even influencers, it's your fault. You are the issue. You are sexist, you are racist, you are homophobic, or you are even transphobic. And this shuts down any honest conversation before it even begins. This is a huge part of why things aren't actually getting better. Because now, identity is being used as a shield. Writers don't have to build strong characters. They just have to build important ones. Characters who can't be criticized because of what they represent, not who they actually are. It's lazy, and more than that, it's disrespectful, both to the audience and to the very groups these characters are supposed to speak for. Because real representation means giving those characters the same depth, struggle, and growth as anyone else, not making them untouchable, narcissistic brats that demand to be liked. You can't just hand a character a specific shielded identity and a crazy ego and call it strength. That's not how storytelling works. That's not how respect works. And that's not how truth works. One of the more recent examples...
This is such a great point, because think about this, right? There are characters that are, strong, powerful, or really effective characters that we like that are arrogant or egotistical and know how good they are at something. But usually it's because through their actions they prove it. A great example of this would be House, right? The character of Dr. House from the show House. He knows he's a genius. He is a genius doctor. He flaunts it in front of everyone. It also kind of makes him insufferable, which is part of his character. Part of his character is that people don't like him and they don't get along with him. He's kind of antisocial. So the point is, with the right character building, that can work. But if a character just declares that you like them and they're stunning and brave, that's why we make fun of it. So stunning, so brave. Saying they're stunning and brave, saying they're so good, saying they're so great, doesn't make it true. The character still has to earn it, regardless of their gender, regardless of anything else.
For this is in the trailer for Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. In a short 4.5-minute trailer,
you think you've seen trash? You think you've seen garbage? Wait till this game comes out. This game is gonna be garbage.
To create an insanely unlikable character who instantly comes across as extremely arrogant and narcissistic.
She looks like a Kurtzman Trek character. She looks like one of the five babes that's bitching around and henpecking Christopher Pike on the Enterprise.
And yet, they genuinely believe this character is above any criticism simply because of her race and identity. As soon as anyone calls her out as a poorly written character, the blame is flipped onto the viewer, labeling the viewer as racist or homophobic. But it has nothing to do with the race or identity of the protagonist. She simply comes across as unlikable. Now, here's where things also get a little bit complicated. I genuinely believe that characters like this are only unlikable to those who have been exposed to genuine strength in their lives. And I can actually see how this sort of character could be likable to those who have not been exposed to genuine strength in their lives. I personally believe that fatherless homes or abusive experiences from individuals that are supposed to represent strength in our lives can create an exposure of counterfeit strength. Obviously, life is nuanced, and I personally know quite a few people who have been exposed throughout their lives to this counterfeit strength that do have a healthy view of strength now. But when you grow up without a model of earned, quiet, or steady strength, you can easily mistake loudness for confidence, control for leadership, and arrogance for self-assurance. And so a character who steamrolls over others, never listens, never bends, and acts like the world owes them something might actually look strong to someone who's only ever seen power used that way. Making characters like this completely alienates audiences, not because we're hateful or closed-minded, but because we're being told to cheer for characters that are poorly written but guilt-wrapped in a protected.
And he might be working his way around to this point, but he made that counterfeit bills example, and it's like something in our lizard brain as humans sets off an alarm that this character is not actually strong. You can write it in the plot however you want, that this character says, I'm so stunning, I'm so brave, and I'm so... Perfect example. Phoebe Waller-Forehead's character in... what the hell was... Dial of Destiny. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. There's that scene where they're in the tuk-tuk chase, and he's like... He makes some comment about how she is, and she's like, what do you mean? Stunning, brilliant, beautiful?
Identity.
And it's like... You can say all those things, but That doesn't mean we think it. And something in our lizard brain is telling us, this chick sucks. Something in our lizard brain is telling us she's actually not all those things. And you can't make us think she's those things by having her say it.
And if we don't celebrate these characters, we get labeled and called out. But that's not strength. That's trauma with a label on it. And that's the danger. When culture starts celebrating unhealed wounds as empowerment, when fiction becomes a mirror of brokenness rather than a picture of what wholeness could look like, we stop aiming upwards and we start settling. We start calling dysfunction power, not because it is, but because it's all some people have ever known. You can see this play out in real life. Take someone you believe to have narcissistic qualities, whether a public figure or someone in your personal life. They could be popular, charismatic, and quick-witted, sure. But what you're really witnessing more often than not is just ego dressed as strength. They rarely or never admit when they're wrong. They often talk over others and position themselves as the smartest in the room without actually doing the harder work of listening, learning, or sacrificing. That's not strength. That's a
I wouldn't know what that's like at all.
Performance of a false perception of strength. And for a lot of young people, especially those without real mentors, that kind of performance can be convincing. Because if you've never or rarely seen genuine strength in your life, the kind that leads by example, that serves others, that admits failure, that shows genuine humility, then the counterfeit could look strong. C.S. Lewis once said, "We make men without chests and expect them virtue and enterprise. We laugh at honor and are shocked to find traitors in our midst."
And you know something really interesting about this? It used to be that the villains embodied all these traits he's describing of false strength. You know, they're obsessed with power. They are motivated entirely by their anger or their desire for revenge. It's always the villains that used to exhibit these qualities. They're arrogant, right? You know, and it turns out that there's things they don't see because of their arrogance. It's fascinating. It's fascinating that the heroic characters now are the ones that are embodying all those things. I do think, but by the way, this is all to say that our culture is working toward a correction. It is working toward a correction. I believe that absent censorship, absent interference from elite powers such as the legacy media, Hollywood establishment, etc., absent those interfering factors, our culture will correct itself. Because you can only create a false image of strength can only last for so long before the image cracks and falls apart, because it is, by its very nature, a house of cards. Redoubt Production says, referring to Spider-Man 2, that's a toughie. Spider-Man 2 is best in adapting the sincerity of the superhero genre, whereas The Dark Knight was so close in adapting the genre into our reality. But I also feel The Dark Knight was too good for its own good, as it led many to imitate without understanding why it worked. I do agree with that last part, because that's what I call the Game of Thronesing of everything. Game of Thrones had a very unique vision of how to present a character-driven story in which no one was safe, right? And so then every other creator started imitating that. Wicked caused the same thing. The original Wicked story started creating this deconstructionist trope where every villain has a sympathetic backstory now. And you have The Dark Knight, for right or wrong, it definitely was Christopher Nolan who spawned a kind of grim, dark, superhero storytelling. The Zack Snyder universe is very much kind of an offshoot of that. But it doesn't change the fact that the purity of the original, like the reasoning behind Nolan's take on Batman, still stands as a really it really fits the Batman character. The Batman is a character that can be very hyper real because of how, he's an ordinary human. He's got a lot of things that are relatable and believable in our actual world. So I think that his take on that was great. I think Spider-Man 2 is so brilliant because It nails Peter Parker. It nails the character of Spider-Man. It just does. The heart and soul of the character. He's always caught between protecting the people he loves, trying to have a normal life, and simply not being able to look away when someone is in trouble and needs help. And he's always dirt poor. Like, that's it. That's the Spider-Man character. He's all heart. He is just all heart. Peter Parker is my favorite fictional character. He's my favorite fictional character. It took me a long time to figure out who it was, and I figured out that's who it is. It's my favorite fictional character of all time. Peter Parker, who is Spider-Man. Miles Morales can fuck off. Oh, but he's a good character. I don't care. Go away. Universal says, Anthony, one of the greatest TV shows of all time. I enjoyed it immensely. Which one were we talking about? Oh, yes, Person of Interest. Yes, a great show. Skunk's Workshop is in the chat. And a shout I mentioned earlier, Skunks. It is Skunk's Workshop partnering with Swords and Starships to bring you excellent content each week. So a hat tip and a captain salute. Skunk's Workshop. It's funny because in our private chat, I still think of your name as Skunk's Workshop. And it's like, Skunks! And so it actually has an actual name. But anyway. Redoubt Productions says, can I gift memberships? It won't let me gift memberships. I don't know how to do it. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Redoubt says, never mind, skip that. Only because in chat, talking to chat, Spidey 2 and Dark Knight, well done. Says Universal. What's that, Redoubt? You said never forget the only memorable villain of Marvel movies in the past 5 years was a guy in his 60s reprising a role from 2 decades earlier. What are we talking about? That's going totally over my head. All right, roll tape.
In other words, we strip away the soul of real strength, the virtue, the responsibility, the self-mastery. We laugh and mock the real thing when it is displayed, and then we're surprised when the people we elevate as heroes don't act like heroes at all. When we confuse narcissism for strength, we don't just warp our stories, we warp our expectations of ourselves and each other. People start performing instead of growing. They protect their image instead of building character. They become addicted to being right instead of learning how to be wise. And the worst part, they start to believe that vulnerability is weakness, that empathy is a flaw, that asking for help is a failure. Real strength doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't need a platform. It grows in silence through trial. It's something you become, not something you declare. So the question becomes, what kind of strength are we trying to build in ourselves? And what kind of strength are we celebrating in others? Because if we don't know the difference, we'll keep clapping for the counterfeits while the real thing quietly slips away. So let's come back to the real thing. Real strength is not perfection. It's not dominance. It's not being the loudest person in the room or the most unshakable or unteachable in the spotlight. It's the man who stands alone for what is right, even when it costs him everything. It's the woman who forgives what the world says is unforgivable. It's even the leader who kneels before they command. It's not found in applause. It's found in sacrifice. Look at historical figures such as Nelson Mandela, who grew up under the apartheid, imprisoned for 27 years, and instead of coming out bitter and vengeful, he led a nation towards healing and reconciliation. That's strength. Look at Corrie ten Boom, a woman who lost everything in the Holocaust, including her sister, and yet she chose to forgive the man who was responsible. That is strength. Look at Martin Luther King Jr., who faced death threats, violence, and prison.
Oh, Willem Dafoe, the Green Goblin, Spider-Man No Way Home. Yes, Redoubt. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. He was incredible in that movie.
Yet he met hatred with peace and injustice with love. That's strength. And finally, Look,
I love the part where Peter Parker has his spider sense and he identifies that it's Green Goblin in the room. And he's like, oh, that's a neat trick, that sense of yours. It's like, oh, yes, that was so good. Norman's gone, honey. It's the Goblin.
Look at Jesus. Whether you believe in him or not, there is no figure in history who better embodies strength through sacrifice. He had power, authority, a following, and yet chose the path of suffering. He didn't destroy his enemies, he forgave them. He didn't demand loyalty, he washed feet. He didn't save himself, he gave himself. And in doing so, redefined strength not as dominance, but as self-giving love. Real strength isn't about appearing invincible. It's about remaining faithful, honest, and loving even when you feel broken, especially when you feel broken. These people didn't become strong by demanding the world revolve around them. They became strong by laying something down, their comfort, their ego, their vengeance, and their lives, for the sake of something or someone greater. So maybe it's time we relearn what strength actually is. It's not the power to dominate. It's the courage to endure, the humility to grow, the grace to forgive, the wisdom to wait, and the character to keep going, especially when no one is watching. Thank you guys for...
Holy shit, that is one hell of an incredible video. What an amazing video essay. Hat tip Padda. And am I subscribed? Yes, I am. I am now subscribed. So right, 100% right on every level. And you know, what is the purpose of storytelling? Really? I mean, it's they say the world's oldest profession is you know what, but I would say the oldest profession, at least as old as language, is storytelling. Storytelling. And all the way back to the oldest campfire and people telling stories. Stories are how we learn the identity in which we need to step into, the role of strength we wish to inhabit, the example we wish to live up to. I mean, it's why we need them. Yes, they're, you know, escapism, silly romantic comedies, horror slasher movies, they all have their place. But at the end of the day, what we really, truly need from our stories is an example to live up to. One of the greatest films of all time for me is Gladiator. Gladiator is such an excellent film. And the character of Maximus Decimus Meridius is truly one of the great fictional characters of all time. I loved that movie so much when I saw it. I was all about that. I was all about that movie. Strength and honor. And it is the quiet, it's the quiet humility and strength of Maximus that makes him so great. I mean, really, he's very much like the character of Ned Stark in Game of Thrones, right? He believes to a fault in doing the right thing, doing the honorable thing, and because his enemies, which are evil, fight dirty, and they use the tactics of evil, they're able to gain a victory over him. He basically is the victim of his own commitment to doing the right thing, and it gets his family killed, and it gets him nearly killed and stuck in the gladiator arena as a slave. But that doesn't shake his faith in what truly matters to him. And in the end, I mean, he does give in to the desire for vengeance, but by the end of the film, he realizes that his real purpose is to protect. His real purpose is to protect Lucilla and her son. Whether or not he knows that's his son in the movie, I think I don't know if that's a retcon in Gladiator 2 or not, but whatever. It doesn't matter, actually. It doesn't matter whether he believes that that's his son or not. I don't think he did. My interpretation of the first Gladiator film is he didn't know that was his son. But it didn't matter because he was innocent. He was innocent. And Maximus wanted to protect the innocent. It's the strength of that character. He's so great. It's that exact strength that gave his enemies an advantage, which ultimately becomes the weapon he uses to defeat them at the end. It's because of Maximus's dedication to honor and integrity that the audience takes his side against the Emperor. It's that which gives him his power in the film. So, yeah, you can enjoy the George R.R. Martin style of watching all those types of characters get their heads chopped off and think, oh, that's so neat, that's so clever, that's so deconstructionist. I feel at the end of the day, it's also an oversimplification, and it has its place. But at the end of the day, the character of Maximus is to demonstrate that, yeah, the good guy's not always going to win, but it doesn't mean that the path he walks isn't the better one. And that's really the point of the story. There's the character that Mel Gibson plays in The Patriot, Benjamin Martin, who is a very damaged character who knows he's guilty of great sins for which he must pay a price. He says it in the opening image of the film. You hear his voice saying exactly that. I've long feared my sins would return to visit me. And that is exactly what he is going to experience. And there's a great line when he defeats Colonel Tavington where, he says, it turns out you're not the better man, Tavington says to him. And then right as Martin is dispatching him, he says, no, my sons were better men. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good line, because his sons were the men that embodied that quiet strength, and it's their legacy that he's fighting for in the end. So there you go. Really, we need to reconnect with that, and we will. We will reconnect with that. Anthony Timmons says the Goblin was insanity personified. Yes, the Green Goblin is my favorite Spider-Man villain from the comics. He is my favorite. I love the duet because of the duality of it. The Norman Osborn, genius, scientist, and father figure to Peter, who gets taken over by this insane, malevolent, kind of Joker chaos villain. It's awesome. I love the Goblin. Redoubt Productions saying it was vindication for years of people saying the Raimi films were too campy. Yeah, now look at the slop of the MCU. Oh, that is well said, Redoubt. That is well said. I never thought the Raimi films were too campy. I actually thought that mostly where they were a little bit kind of silly was mostly due to the fact that technology was just not there yet. Like, he had to use some really clever filmmaking techniques to make that first Spider-Man film. The camera that could follow Spider-Man through the city web slinging was not fully developed until the second one. That was when he had the ability to really show things. So yeah, there's a couple rough edges, but those are not campy films at all. And I think they hold up very well, even for modern audiences, as evidenced by, the anecdotal stories of young audiences getting exposed to that second film for the first time and loving it because it's about real things. A guy being a nerd who's poor and he doesn't have a lot of money, but he's trying to do the right thing. He loses, I said this in my review of why Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, the animated show, the dog shit Disney Plus animated show, which is garbage. It's garbage. And I got a bunch of angry comments on my review of that saying, because one of my number one critiques of it is that Uncle Ben is killed off screen, and he's not the reason that Peter Parker chooses to be Spider-Man. And I said that removes the entire soul of the story. It removes the entire thing. And people are like, well, but in the MCU ones, there's no Uncle Ben either. And I said, yes, thank you. Thank you for proving my fucking point that those movies are not good. They're not great. They lose the heart and soul of the story. The only one of the Tom Holland movies that actually gets some of that is the third one, No Way Home, because he experiences the loss of Aunt May as a result of his failure. I still don't think that's a very good foundation for the character, though, because it's not why he became Spider-Man. Spider-Man's first instinct was to be exactly what this guy was talking about in the YouTube video, to be arrogant, to exert control and power, to achieve money from his powers. That was his first instinct. In other words, the natural human instinct. He wanted to get even with Flash Thompson. And it was that instinct which resulted in the death of Uncle Ben. And it was that terrible, painful lesson that taught Peter Parker why he has to be Spider-Man and what Spider-Man actually, who Spider-Man actually is. And you lose that in these stupid Disney rewrites. And that was my point. And they're like, you can't compare animation to live action. Why not? Why not? So there you have it. Enough said on that. Even the that was my point. I kind of lost my place there. So that's my point, is that's not a campy message. That is a human story. That is a powerful human story. I even quite love the Doc Ock storyline in Spider-Man 2. I like how when they introduce Otto Octavius, he's a very different character than Norman Osborn in the first one. Norman Osborn, right off the bat, is a very Machiavellian character. He's very motivated by power, and that's what motivates him to take the goblin serum that makes him crazy. What I liked about Octavius is that he's warm. He's friendly towards Peter Parker right from the beginning in a sort of mentor kind of way. And he says to Peter Parker that he views intelligence, his towering intellect, his genius, Otto Octavius, views it as his responsibility to use that intellect for the good of humanity. And that's why he's so dedicated. And it's the accident and the fusing of his mind with the tentacles that makes him go insane and start to confuse his mission with, it becomes an end unto itself, and he's willing to do any kind of terrible deed to achieve it. And it's Peter Parker who helps him at the end reconnect with his purpose as using his gift for the benefit of humanity and not as a tool of destruction. That's all really brilliant storytelling that is not campy in the slightest. So, a good point. Next in the stack of stuff, because we ain't done yet, folks. So, yeah, I brought up this story. There is... Let's see here. Which one do I want to do, Mr. Producer? We got a couple to do. Let's do the Madam Web story. So, Dakota Johnson, who continues to be just she is such a class act. The star of the failed Madam Web film. She had more to say. Hat tip, film threat.
Dakota Johnson on Madam Web failure. I love Dakota Johnson. I really think she has a sense of humor about herself. I think she's starring in the new Celine Song movie called The Materialists and was interviewed for the LA Times. Alan, you have the notes here. Yeah. And Celine Song did a movie you and I both liked, actually. Mm-hmm.
Past Lives.
Past Lives was very good. But Dakota Johnson is in the new movie. It sounds like it's a back to old school romantic comedy. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Pedro Pascal is in it. I know. But we'll see where that goes. But I saw the trailer. I'm intrigued. But what does she have to say in this article in the LA Times?
Okay, well, Madam Web was meant to be Dakota Johnson's entry into the world of superhero blockbusters, but instead it became a cautionary tale. In 2024, the 2024 Marvel adaptation was a high-profile failure, drawing media scrutiny and bombing at the box office. When the film is brought up, Johnson's easy-going demeanor noticeably shifts. With dry humor, she deflects blame. It wasn't my fault. Before peeling back the curtain on the experience, she criticizes the studio-driven committee-style decision-making that, in her words, led Madam Web to morph into from one thing into something unrecognizable. She says, I was just sort of along for the ride at that point, she says, acknowledging that the creativity was diluted by those without artistic instincts. She's philosophical about the misfire. Bigger budget movies fail all the time. Who cares? Despite the fallout, Johnson isn't retreating from film, just perhaps from studio-controlled spectacles. As a producer in her company Tea Time Pictures, she shifted focus to more personal projects like Daddy-O and the Cannes-premiering Splitsville, where she has greater control and input. Her work on the indie film like The Materialist, where she only acted, now feels refreshing by comparison. Producing has given her a sharper sense of how stories can succeed or go off track. And while Madam Web may have missed the mark, it hasn't made her risk averse. If anything, she seems more committed to storytelling on her own terms.
I like Dakota Johnson. The clips of her during the...
Anthony says Dakota Johnson, adorable. She is. It's amazing how being classy and professional, even though she's part of a ridiculous failure of a movie. Although, in her defense, you have not lived until you've seen the superhero of the film steal an ambulance from someone in an emergency crisis who desperately needs it in order to drive it into the villain. You gotta see it, man. It's so amazing. So she's part of this disaster. And instead of being like Rachel Zegler or all these other stupid actresses like the Reva actress, what the hell was her name? Who cares? From the Obi-Wan show, and it's it's racism and it's toxic fans and it's the patriarchy and very evidently so. Instead of all that garbage, she just like, well, I did my best. There were a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and what can I say? It was a disaster. But I've got other things I'm working on. That's all you have to say. That's all you have to do. And it makes you likable. The strange thing about it is it actually makes you drawn to their future projects. Whereas Rachel Zegler, it's kind of incredible. Snow White is a terrible movie on so many levels. Every level of that movie, the score, the special effects, the creative choices, the costumes, the sets, the plot, the acting, the writing, the singing, all of it is such torturous garbage. It's probably the worst film I've seen in probably multiple years. Is it worse than The Crow? I think it's worse than The Crow. Seriously. I think it's The Crow remake. I think it's worse. It still might have done a little better if Zegler herself were not such an insufferable pigwit. I mean insufferable actress. If she had not been so insufferable, it might not have been quite as bad as it was. She was so radioactive in how narcissistic, how nasty, how mean-spirited, how arrogant, smug. How smug and just looking down her nose like a perfect little SJW. Just like Padda was saying, she confuses arrogance. She confuses that with confidence, and she thinks of everything going on around her as the problem. She thinks of strength as her ability to control because it's her due, right? All of that became audience repellent. Whereas Dakota Johnson taking this failure in stride and being what she is, which is a professional, and this is part of the deal. No actor's going to bat 1,000. No actor's going to have 100% successful films. But the professionals when you see them, don't you? Because they strangely, they make you almost like their failed movie a little bit more because they're so classy about it. Take Tom Cruise, the Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. It failed. It failed in theaters. And the guy's response to that was to work his ass off harder for the audience. His response to that was to give the audience even more of his time, more of his intention, more of his attention and gratitude. To try and give them an even better action scene that he promised. That's a professional. That's a winner. That is a winner at work. So yeah, she is adorable, and her attitude is such a big part of that.
Madam Web press.
Just imagine if Rachel Zegler had like a 10th of the class. Just imagine if she had been as classy as Dakota Johnson around Snow White, and her attitude had just been like, I'm really excited to be a Disney princess. I'm really excited to be part of this. We hope you like it. It fails. And she says, I tried my best. I was there to act and to sing and to be the best, play the role as best I could and bring that beloved character to life as best I could. And it didn't work out, and I wish it did. But hey, I've got other projects I'm working on. I've got other movies I'm a part of. I did my best. It was out of my hands. Just imagine if Zegler had that attitude. I'm not saying that the film would have been a success, but it may not have been quite such a humiliating disaster. And by the way, have I got a video on Zegler to show you? That's coming up. Oh my God. In fact, it's coming up right after this one, because by contrast to Dakota Johnson and Sydney Sweeney, who turned the embarrassment of Madam Web into a win, Zegler has completely destroyed her life with her amateur attitude.
Tour were hilarious, and her on talk shows, she just played into the joke. I know the movie is dumb. I made a bad choice. She even mocked her own lack of knowledge about superhero movies. Funny. Like, it was great. Like, she came out of that unscathed. Unlike,
I don't know if I can say it. I kind of did say it a little, but I said it a little. It's called We Do a Little Trolling. Anthony Timmons. I'll just let you read the chat.
Other actors we've seen on press tours that kind of take themselves too seriously or feel like they have to lean into the politics. She just goofed on it. In fact, you and I saw her and Sean Penn
in Daddy-O.
Of a movie Daddy-O. Sean Penn was like pissed off, and like he was like didn't want people to like, it got really uncomfortable because a lot of people were filming with cameras, and he was like, I'm gonna ask you again to stop filming. And then Dakota Johnson made a joke to kind of disarm. She was like didn't give a shit. And Sean Penn was taking himself super seriously. I have that video for members only.
In Sean Penn's defense, he said he didn't want cameras in the front section of the theater, and that you could move to the back section and film it from there.
Anyways, but Dakota Johnson made like jokes, and I admire her. I hope she starts producing more stuff.
I mean, that's just it. She understands what her job is, and that's to pretend. And that she doesn't take that seriously, and she decides to have fun with it. And let's also point out she was self-aware enough to know that she was in a really bad movie, and just leaned into it. And the movie probably made more money than it should have because of that.
There we go. Hat tip. Film threat. Now I've got to find this for you. I have to find this clip, because I could have swore I put it in my stack of stuff, but I guess I just forgot to. Mr. Producer. It's about Rachel Zegler. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this, chat. I saved this for you because I know I'm going to love it. Even though I haven't seen it, I know I'm going to love it. I'm so excited. But I was like, no. I got to watch this on the stream because this one will be fun. Not Unlikable Character Epidemic. It's not that one. Dang it. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, cool. Shoot. It's too long to watch the whole thing. So we're not going to do the whole thing, but It's an Asma Gold video. It's reacting to Snow White actress destroyed her life. All right, so we're going to watch this here in just a second. First, another short break. Quick one. Be right back. Okay, we are back. And can we just take a minute, my dear chat, to appreciate how awesome it is to hang out with you every Sunday? How much fun we're having? Are we having fun? I think we are, I think we are, Lieutenant Producer. We're having a great time. Just chilling on it's, as Fu Man Blue describes it, the Captain's Cast, it's like your favorite neighborhood pub. It's like your neighborhood pub. With me, your host, Captain Garrett, never, ever overacting. I never do that. Sober, intellectual commentary. That is what you get on the Swords and Starships channel. I certainly would never, ever say that modern Disney content is written by stupid people who eat glue. Now, let's watch this video. We'll see how far we get. Just get a sample of it.
After the Snow White thing, I'm going to be honest, I will be shocked if she gets cast in almost anything. Nobody will want to cast her. And here's the real reason why I think nobody's going to want to cast Rachel Zegler. It actually has nothing to do with any of her comments besides that. And it has to do with her making the Free Palestine post on her promotion for the film. That is the reason why I think that no other studio will ever work with her again. And it's not because like, oh, it's Jews. No, it's not about that at all. It's because she's taking a political issue and she is putting it on the media that she's putting out there.
Said Snow White should never be remade, but they went ahead.
Some things aren't meant to be remade. They're meant to be remastered. So somehow he predicted this was going to happen, or they're meant to be remembered.
So Walt Disney knew they were going to do that. That's kind of amazing. He says, I created Snow White as a timeless story, one that would live forever. Some things aren't meant to be remade. My God. I mean, obviously. That's obviously true. I mean, you know what's interesting about this? Imagine if they, and they probably will, we're probably overdue. Imagine if they announce that they're remaking Toy Story in live action. And even as I say that, oh my God, they are going to do that. They're going to do it. They're going to do live action versions of Cars and Monsters, Inc. and Incredible. They're going to do that for every single one of them, aren't they? How long do you think before they announce this? But for the moment, that still seems like kind of a faintly ridiculous idea, doesn't it? There's no reason to remake Toy Story. Ever. It's exactly what it is, and it should just stay what it is. That's what it is. It's a 3D animated movie about toys that talk. There's never going to be a reason to remake that. Ever. And my God, they're going to do it. They are going to do that someday. So yes, so Disney is exactly right about this. There's never a reason to remake the original animated films. Never. There was no reason to do this for a single one of them.
How the fuck did he know that?
He knew it. He knew it. That is amazing.
But they went ahead anyway, and by the time the trailer dropped, people hated it already.
Yeah.
If I saw this movie on a plane, I would still walk out. Was it that hard to find someone who actually looks like Snow White?
Yeah.
That's the best comment. If I saw this on a plane, I'd still walk out.
This comment made
Dude,
a good
I'm
point.
I'm telling you, watching this movie was like having my teeth drilled at the dentist. It was painful, folks. Painful.
Just find it funny.
I seriously went to the theater. I can't believe I did this. I did go to the theater to watch this one, and I suffered. I suffered for you, chat. I suffered for you. It's so funny, too, because then the next week, Minecraft movie came out, and I really did feel like the meme of, like, I can't do this. I can't do another one. Minecraft was a little better. Definitely, I'd rather watch the Minecraft movie than Snow White.
That her name is Snow White, and she's not white. It just defeats the purpose. Petitions to cancel the remake.
You can't say that, Star Fury.
Crazy on
over
this.
2.3
million dislikes. Imagine having.
I'm just kidding. I'm saying as if Star Fury had said that, but I'm just kidding.
That much of a dedicated hater
I'm messing with Star Fury in absentia.
Base. That's insane.
2 million dislikes,
Jesus.
leading people to wonder why Disney wasn't canceling the movie or making some changes. Well, they did make changes. For starters, they swapped out real dwarf actors for CGI, which looked hideous. Instead of the beloved original characters, we got creepy, soulless abominations that looked like they crawled out of a failed video game. And strangely,
because doing the opposite was considered like some form of ableism. That's the reason why. It was so stupid.
Action remake, even the trees were CGI, which was an
yes, that is such. Oh my God, that the scene. Okay, that I made this point to someone. I was talking about how bad this film is. In the original Snow White animated film, when she flees the huntsman who was sent to murder her, she winds up getting lost in a forest. Now it's night. She's, a pampered princess from a castle. She's obviously in the wilderness, alone, in the dark, terrified. It starts raining and there's a storm. She's fleeing through this forest. Now, in the animated film, the trees appear to come to life and grab at her, right? And they're like clawing at her and stuff. But it's very clear in the animated film that this is simply how she sees it. She's so terrified. She's so lost in the woods and so alone. And the storm is so frightening to her with the lightning and the wind and the rain that the branches waving and catching on her clothes, she perceives it as though the trees had literally come to life and were attacking her. Now, they didn't literally do that. This is very clear in the animated film, but it was meant to be her perception. In the live action film, not only is this scene, it looks terrible, this scene, because it all looks like it's somehow on a sound. It's like in a volume and a sound stage with CGI. It all looks really fake. but they make it as if there really is a magic forest that's coming alive and attacking her. And I said, no. That's not what the scene was about. She feels as if it's come alive and attack her. But in the live action, they make it much more literal. It's like the forest is literally coming alive and attacking her. Maybe that's because it's live action and you just can't. No, that's not why. A clever filmmaker could show you this without literally making it that the forest is coming alive. It's just this is why I say these are really not bright people that work on these projects. That's not memeing. I'm telling you, these are not bright people. They are not very imaginative. They're not very perceptive. They don't even understand the source material they're adapting. They don't understand it. They shouldn't have the job that they have. So yeah, all those 200 employees. Oh no, you're celebrating someone losing their job? Fuckity bye. Put the fries in the bag. You're goddamn right I'm celebrating it. They are in a luxury profession. Everybody's lost a job in their life. It sucks. It's life. You should really be asking yourself every day if you're bringing value. Wherever it is you work, you better be asking yourself, what value am I bringing and what do I do here? Because I can guarantee you that the people that worked on Snow White were not asking themselves that question. So this is why I say it. Like, you need a level of competence and intelligence and caring as a creative to adapt a beloved story. And if you don't have that, well, in my view, you're just not, that's not a bright person. It's not a bright human being that creates, can I find this? Yes, I have it. This is not the product of an intelligent and super creative mind, okay? That is a dystopian nightmare, is what that is. That is a nightmare. That is a horror movie. She's all like, I won. I'm the princess with all the power. they're all wearing white for me. Oh my God. Psychos, man. Roll tape.
An atrocious waste of money as well. To make matters worse,
so they couldn't find any trees, guys. You gotta understand. I mean, filming is hard.
Remove these iconic shots from the original, one of which being "Someday My Prince Will Come," because
what
apparently
a surprise.
Snow White dreaming.
This is why I like Aspen Cole. It's his little quips like that. That's my favorite.
Of love makes her too
shall we dance,
which only
comrade?
makes sense considering
Says
there's
Pooh
no
Man.
prince either, just a bandit named Jonathan.
Yeah, I know. They removed Prince Charming. He's a bandit named Jonathan. Wokeness is a fucking disease. Social justice warrior, leftism, intersectional feminism, it's a mental illness. It is a mental illness, and if you weren't a truly stupid human being before you adopted such ideas, I guarantee you it will turn your brain into mush and you will become a really stupid person if you subscribe to these ideologies. Oh, are you saying that if I believe in social justice, I'm stupid? Yes! That's exactly what I'm saying. If you're not stupid before, you certainly will be now, because you will be the witless idiot that is arguing for bizarre, crazy shit like CGI dwarves instead of just simply hiring actors who could play the part. You will be doing stupid things, truly brainless, uninspired things, like simply removing a simple prince character and turning him into a superfluous bandit leader who adds 7 vestigial characters to the story that are not needed and only serve to confuse and convolute the plot. Why? Because you believe in an ideology that's twisted your mind and turned it into mashed potatoes.
There's no Prince Charming and just a bandit. Wow, this really is for women nowadays, isn't it? Jesus. That's bad.
The writers.
Universal says there's a flamethrower in John Wick Ballerina, right, Captain? My favorite part of the movie. Yeah, I've said multiple times already on the stream. The flamethrower scene in Ballerina is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Sort of an exercise in futility given the story, but very cool. Very cool.
Intentionally didn't want.
I mean, I will say most of the action scenes of Ballerina are pretty. Like the grenade scene is very cool. The grenade scene was actually my favorite. The grenade scene was very clever, a lot of fun. I loved it a lot. A lot of the action scenes, though, where it's just her fighting, are pretty dull and derivative for me.
A prince saving Snow White
by making him a thief and a lowlife, rather than an authoritative figure of any kind. It's as if the idea of a balanced relationship is offensive to them.
Of course it is, because a lot of these women, you know what they have? Personal unresolved trauma. And so they have some issue that they've had with some man in their life, and they're looking for media to reinforce the way that they feel. That's it. Yep, a chip on their shoulder. Absolutely.
It felt more like a political statement than a kid's movie. And in case it isn't obvious, it was a garbage cash grab. The ending scenes felt like a Diddy party, and no surprise.
Oh my God!
Absolutely
That's such a great point. It's like a Diddy party. It's a Diddy party is what this is. This is creepy beyond belief. It's a Diddy party. I did not. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. That's exactly what it is.
But there was
Snow White is worse than AIDS.
They hated even more. Snow White herself. Why? Well, arrogance. That's why. Back in 2020, Rachel Zegler called Jeremy Renner a racist, sexist, transphobic garbage monster.
She said this? I didn't even know she said this. Actually, I think that the new Hawkeye should be a trans woman of color. This bitch is a psychopath, man. She's got to be maybe the most insufferable human being that I know of that exists. She's literally the character in the romantic comedy that is the stuck-up, evil, conniving, rich, she's the one trying to steal the boyfriend from the Sydney Sweeney character, right? That's what she is. She is literally the spoiled evil brat that's the antagonist of the movie. Actually, I think that the new Hawkeye should be a trans woman of color. Look at this. It's insanity. This is how they see human beings. They see them as a series of checkboxes. Disgusting. It's a disgusting worldview. It's a sick worldview that these people believe in. I want no part of it. I want no part of the way these people see the world. I want no part of their, they're entitled to their beliefs. They're entitled to their speech, and I'm entitled to say that I don't particularly enjoy sharing my society with people who think this way. I have to, and I will, because that's the social contract, but I will do my best, so long as I draw breath, to discredit this nonsense, this absolute drivel. This will not be our culture. This will not become our culture. I refuse. I refuse to allow that to happen. That being said, and I vote accordingly, hat tip to the Orange Man, long may he reign, and he will. And he will. Where was I, Lieutenant? I think the new Hawkeye should be a trans woman of color, to stick it to that racist, sexist, transphobic, garbage monster. She's talking about Jeremy Renner. What did he do? What did he do?
Based on
What the fuck is this bitch talking about? Oh my god. Racist, sexist, transphobic, garbage monster.
Why did Zegler call
Damn.
Jeremy Renner
irrelevant allegations that were proven to be false.
a racist?
Oh, okay, there we go.
Okay.
So let's see here.
That's
Let me
very
read
good.
it. Jeremy Renner has faced serious allegations from his ex-wife, including claims of threats and reckless behavior.
Oh, that's what this one was. Oh, it was a believe all women moment, was it? Believe all women.
What does that have to do with being transphobic? No criminal charges have been filed against him, and the allegations have not been definitively proven. Rayner has consistently denied the allegations, and legal proceedings so far have not resulted in any findings supporting any claims. So, okay. So he didn't do it, probably. All right. Yep. Dog, she just projecting?
Be false. And when the user told her to learn the facts before running her mouth, she arrogantly replied, "Better catch my mouth, cause she running."
Better catch my mouth, cause she running by? It is crazy to me that
he has. Oh! I love that. Oh, this is classic. This is classic. This is how they seek. This is how woke wackos like that. That's. Can we just dispense with all of the formalities, shall we? Let's just get real simple with this. Why is Rachel Zegler insufferable? Because she's a woke, far left wacko. She is a totalitarian psychopath. She is a narcissistic, woke psychopath. And this is how they seek to exert control over the rest of humanity. Look at what she's doing here. She's like, I'm not even going to remotely address the story that she was wrong that came out today, but he has made, that would be Jeremy Renner, racist, sexist, transphobic comments and totally disrespected the deaf community. Oh my God. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about these words anymore. They're practically, it's like fun now. They're like Pokemon. We just want to collect them now. We don't care at all. Your attempt to weaponize empathy, to virtue signal and control the thoughts of your fellow humans has failed, Miss Zegler. It's failed. The time for honoring yourself is at an end.
Anybody that is not in fourth grade or below is saying this. This is some shit that this is like talk to the hand. It's on that level, guys. Oh my God. Not even remotely going to address the story that came out today, but he has made racist, sexist, and transphobic comment and totally disrespected the deaf community. What the fuck are you talking about?
But what, this, so yes. So as truly appalling as the mindset of people like this is, here's the important thing. This level of insanity and cruelty and just mean-spiritedness has destroyed her. It's destroyed her reputation. It's destroyed her career. She's radioactive. It's destroyed her film. Her film is a humiliating failure. So I can only hope that she reaches a point in her journey where she becomes a better person. That's all I can hope for her sake.
She never should have been cast, but this will be her last movie, judging by her comments.
I mean,
I
the
love
original cartoon came
the
out
music.
in 1937 and very
Yeah.
there's a big focus on her love story.
Yeah.
With the guy who literally stalks her. Weird.
After calling the prince a stalker, she said this.
It's no longer 1937.
And very
He
evidently
absolutely wrote a Snow
so.
White.
Dude, this is why. Do you know who's really happy that Google just brought out that VEO 3? The guys that are like working production studios at Hollywood. They are thinking, thank fucking God. We've only got to deal with this shit for maybe 10 more years and then it's over. and we're never going to have to think about this shit ever again.
She's not going to be safe with a prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about...
Why is that bad? Like, that's what's so weird. Why is that bad? It's bad to hope to have a husband and like to fall in love. Why is this bad? Well, I think that you will find out if you were her and you knew her dating life as well as she did. I think that these comments would make perfect sense. I do. I think that it would immediately, everything would be like, oh, of course she thinks that. Absolutely.
becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Now, in the beginning, her statements weren't that outrageous, although there was one massive issue. She couldn't keep her mouth shut.
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. Like,
isn't that I mean, I don't understand how do you have some, I mean, this isn't even a live interview. Like, how do you greenlight this and let it go live? I didn't like the original show.
It's not even a live interview.
So why are you redoing it? What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm being so serious. I watched it once, never revisited Snow White again.
Zegler gives I Deserve This World.
Oh my God.
And the fact that she has zero good to say about the original is disgusting narcissist, which wasn't wrong.
Is it how many times in a row are we going to get shows, like we were talking about Dread?
I mean, imagine if Cynthia Erivo, they did have a couple of controversies, but imagine if Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande had gone around saying, I hated The Wizard of Oz as a kid, never watched it. I really don't care much for the Glinda character. I think she's really weird. And was just talking about how I've never seen the Broadway musical Wicked, and I never will because it's kind of trash. I mean, just imagine if they had been talking that way before Wicked came out. It would be insanity. It would be the most opposite thing that you would want to do. It's crazy to me how she did this. And Disney, really, honest to God, I mean, yes, there was that report about a guy flying across the country to shut her up. Shut your mouth. Like, you're so stupid. But even so, they were so anemic in how they handled this chick that somebody needed to handle her and just get this under control. They couldn't do it. You know why they couldn't do it? Because she's a woman. And Disney could not be perceived as mishandling a female actor. If it's a male actor, they could do whatever. They could absolutely publicly humiliate him, tell him to shut the F up, whatever. Can't do that with her. Anthony Tivis says if she were a dude, rump stuffer would also applicable. Say, I'm not sure I'm following Anthony.
Before, Carl Urban didn't want to show his face in Judge Dredd, even though he's this really well-known actor, because that's not what Judge Dredd would have done.
I know. See, imagine serving the role rather than yourself as an actor. But yeah, but to your point, Anthony, if she were a dude, there's no way she would have gotten away with all of this.
And Henry Cavill playing Geralt as well.
This is why wokeness has been such a powerful weapon for the last decade or so, is because it is the perfect get out of jail free card. If you're in any of these protected demographics, there's no failure that's your fault. There's no criticism that is legitimate or valid. And anything that your leadership of your company does to you, it is just further proof that you are an oppressed minority. So, I mean, imagine the cultural power that this delusion has given them for so long. Oh, that's kind of a fair counterpoint. Fuman Blue says if she were a dude, she would be Pedro, and she'd still be getting away with it. She'd be licking rainbow dildos. You may have a point, Fu Man.
It's just, again, how many times has somebody who hated the movie or hated the original like been able to make something that was good. I feel like that doesn't really happen very often, you know?
For example, she seemed oddly...
I don't know. I think Tony... I wouldn't say he hates Star Wars, but I think Tony Gilroy is not a Star Wars fan, and I don't think he particularly cares much for the universe, but he made a brilliant Star Wars show because he had overlapping interests with an element of the lore, which is also why I think, despite the brilliance of Andor, I do not think Tony Gilroy would be a good fit for almost any other Star Wars project. So it is possible. It is possible to not be particularly fond of the source material, but so committed to your craft, you still produce something that's quality. I don't think it's ideal. It's not what I would... I would never, if I were a producer in that role, I would never choose someone who didn't at least have some love of the source material. Christopher Nolan loved the character of Batman when he made the Dark Knight trilogy. I think you need some of that. But it is possible for a very talented, very skilled, very credentialed creative to overcome not liking the source material. But to actively hate it, I don't think so.
Excited, saying her co-star's scenes could get cut.
Have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume
I love
is a
the
love
music.
story,
It's
just
so
because,
good.
Like, we cast a guy in the movie, Andrew Burnap, great dude.
Great dude.
All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
Which is funny, considering...
Why?
What a bitch, bro.
Why are you acting... This tweet, why are you acting like you're making the movie? Aren't you an employee? Dude, I wasn't planning to watch this much of this video, but it's so funny.
What a bitch.
Right?
Jeez, man.
Isn't it wokeness makes it almost impossible to just say what everyone's
Why
thinking.
would you say that? Because she's a bitch.
Exactly.
That's why.
You know, we can actually kind of dispense with all the other commentary. Just boil it down to, wow, she's kind of a bitch.
What do you mean? Oh, why does this happen? Why would it be?
Yeah, it's it'd be the equivalent to back up. Wow, he's kind of a dick. That's what it is. She's a dick. She's a dick.
She acts like she's making the movie herself. But ironically, she became the main reason people didn't want to watch it. And she eventually explained why. After Donald Trump won the election, Rachel posted this story, basically calling him full of hate.
That was it, bro. Like, Donald won. He put... Donald...
Oh, my God. Nothing makes me happier than to see posts like this. Oh, it was so glorious. It was so glorious, the return of the Orange Man. I wish I could live that night over again.
Killed her career. That was it.
Oh, the day after, it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful watching Colbert and all of his ilk commiserate.
But at the end, she said...
It's actually how Donald, like, the Donald reckoning of Karens... The reverberations of this will be felt for 15 years. And then I remember J.D. Vance saying, frankly, Margaret, I don't care.
Oh, that was a good one. That was one of the greatest hits.
Bro, like, that shit was... I was so glad.
Frankly, Margaret, I don't care.
Thank God.
Trump supporters, voters, and Trump himself never know peace.
This is a good one.
Being completely opposite to the message she always preached. Clearly, she was a hypocrite as well.
Well, no,
all woke people are hypocrites. It's the defining trait of their ideology is hypocrisy. Everything they believe is based upon an irreconcilable contradiction in terms. Arguing that we should have equality and diversity while also saying we must exclude all white people from our workplace. Saying that we must have kindness and fairness while shooting up Tesla dealerships. saying we must save the environment with clean technologies while shooting up Tesla dealerships. Wackos, man. Loons, to use a technical term.
Single person who preaches acceptance and love will be the first person to pillory you and make up lies about you the moment that you say something that they disagree with. This
100%.
is what they always do.
Anyone that is saying we need to have love and kindness and fairness, and they're talking about let's create a safe and inclusive environment, big red flag, because that's a fascist motherfucker right there, and they will gut you if you cross them.
They're like, well, we are so accepting and so supportive of everybody that anyone who disagrees with us, it's okay for us to basically kill them. Naturally.
Disney made her apologize and hired a social media guru to review every post until the movie's release.
Yeah. Another good one. They believe in democracy so much that they believe in removing a candidate from the ballot and not allowing someone to vote on him. That's how committed to democracy they are.
Jesus. Think about how much money that is. Think about how much time that is. Millions of dollars invested on this bullshit. Oh my God.
Yet the guru clearly did a terrible job because when the trailer was released, Rachel thanked the viewers for the views, but also added, always remember Free Palestine.
This was it. This is the point where things got bad.
Oh, that was the point?
Because there's nothing wrong with saying this. This is totally fine. But when you're attaching it to the promotion of your media, that's an issue. That's an issue. Bringing politics to work. How many of you guys have been in I've even had to take HR modules that say, don't talk about politics at work.
Now, this wasn't a huge deal, but her co-star was Israeli and supported Israel. Therefore, the tension between them was at its peak during the promotion. The real issue, however, was that Rachel's tweet led to Gal receiving death.
I don't even know how true that is because, she's Israeli and she was in the IDF and she doesn't think Israel should be destroyed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she doesn't empathize with Palestinians. This weird dichotomy that's been created is totally fake. It's not it's insane.
Threats. So many, in fact, that she had to be given personal security. Rachel destroyed any hopes the movie had left.
Yep.
And now, the internet was about to destroy her. Because before the movie could flop, her face already had. Edna Mode.
Oh, no. Don't let me forget about Bella memes. We got to do Bella memes after this. Why YouTube is being really sluggish.
And you can see, if you look at the color grading here, how is the color grading for the movie worse than this? In my opinion, she looks way better in this. She even looks better in this as well. How is it that you fucked up this bad? This is awful. Really? It just looks like shit.
Oh my God! What's better, chat? Hey, chat. What's better? Okay.
Mode.
I'm putting a poll in the chat. Okay, it's coming
Willy
soon.
Wonka, The Little Lad, Violets, Lisa Rinna, Coconut Head, Beoshala, and the most accurate of all, Lord Farquaad. Yeah. On Reddit, people stated her eyes got beef, haven't made eye contact in years. Those eyes are drifting apart like continents. Soon they'll need a passport to meet. The hashtag Not My Snow White went massive viral on Twitter. With posts like, why does Latina Snow White look like the long haul Roderick? Hashtag Not My Snow White.
Long haul Roderick?
Snow White versus evil queen who is jealous of her looks. With literally thousands of people
Ugh. I'm referring to the left one.
Thousands of people just roasting her. clipped her face from the movie and turned it into art like this, while explaining CGI dwarves were used instead of real actors due to Rachel being 5'2", making her not much taller than a little person.
I don't know why, but I think that's funny. And also, by the way, that didn't stop Lord of the Rings. Like, you're telling me that, like, this is some ancient lost lore that a movie was able to do 25 years ago, but you can't figure it out?
Users were thrilled that Lord Farquaad was finally back, and for the first time, people were rooting for the apple to win. Petitions to remove Rachel from the movie started popping up, with supporters calling her a nasty person, whilst editing pictures to turn the evil queen into Snow White. Fans disliked her so much because she has an ego the size of an elephant, but looks like Lord Farquaad's mom with the attitude of a whiny brat. If you think she was the wrong choice for Snow White, like this. Almost 10,000 people agreed. Things like
Jesus, on some random website? I don't even know what website that is. That's insane.
Had gotten so bad, she was being stalked and receiving death threats. As Zegler shared, the backlash led to people standing outside her apartment, screaming profanities. But did she...
That's crazy. Like, anybody doing that needs to, in my opinion, go to jail. I think if you take an internet beef and you take a problem that you have with a personality or anything like that, and you take it into the real world, you just need to go to jail. Like, I asked myself the question, right? And does anybody actually have an answer for this? Is there any reason they shouldn't go to jail? It's stalking, it's harassment, it's weird, it puts people in danger. Why should a civilized society tolerate that type of mental illness? We don't have enough space? Just build another one. Yeah, just make a new jail.
She really deserve all this? And what did it do to her?
I think
yeah, just do a new one.
A lot of people are very mean, so when I do public appearances, I get very anxious. I had an anxiety attack on the plane ride here.
I bet.
She first explained how intense the backlash was.
Pretty much I can't post a picture of myself on Twitter without a bunch of people telling me how ugly I am.
Almost quitting social media because it sent her...
Because you're a nasty person and people are getting back at you for being nasty. You have created this. And by the way, mission accomplished.
Into depression.
So I'm very...
You treat your own co-stars like dirt. You attack maliciously, Jeremy Renner. You literally attack, you suggest that your own co-star might get fired from the film, and that's Hollywood, baby. You act with cruelty and malice toward everyone around you, and you want to know why the internet is spamming you with memes about how you look like an ass. Or ass. Or the northbound end of a southbound goat. It's a mystery.
I'm hesitant to share a lot of myself with the world.
That's what happens when you're a bitch. Is that nobody likes you.
Or you can put it that way.
I know it sounds crazy, but that's those are the consequences of your actions. That's life.
These days. And I'm trying to be less active and check less and scroll less and read less, mostly because when I do look at things or read things on social media, it makes me upset. It makes me like a worse person, I think. It makes me...
Yeah, you're right. If you hadn't used social media from the first place, maybe you wouldn't have gone and...
Honestly, I think being an actor and being in the public makes you a worse person. I think believing you deserve all of these things makes you a worse person. I think it's, and I think that the idea that because she's young and she's kind of immature, I mean, yes, it's a factor, but I know a lot of people her age that are good people and have a good head on their shoulders and they're kind to others and they have a sense of humility towards themselves that are 18, 19, 20, 24. The fact that she is young does not simply explain away what an asshole she is. And my advice, I think she'd kind of just be an asshole no matter what. I think she's just an asshole. That's just what she is. That's fine. She could grow out of it. She could do some personal development work and become a better person. It's possible for everyone. I've certainly done a lot of work on myself, and it continues. It continues. But you have to choose to do that work. You have to choose to put in that effort to become a less selfish person. She's a selfish human being. That's her problem. Now, I will say that one problem she has is she has bought in completely to a very seductive ideology from a certain point of view that is truly evil, and it encourages all of the worst impulses of humanity. And that's a real problem because it's working against her big time. I think she probably has always been a very self-absorbed person, but she has also been served up an ideology that she's bought in wholeheartedly that amplifies all of these personality traits. So you take all those things, and this is what you get. You get a truly insufferable human being.
Ruin the fucking movie.
I seriously reflect on it sometimes. I think, if at some point I determine that being on YouTube is making me a worse person, I think at some point I'd have to say I can't do it anymore. So I make an effort. I make an effort not to become a worse person. But I'd have to consider it. I'd have to, if fame and riches or whatever were to come my way and it was not serving the good in my life, I'd either have to find a way to repair that or maybe have to go a different route. I think about it. Could be that fame and wealth is not good for her.
Because you got brain rotted from a bunch of like internet yas queens, and then you thought that shit was
True.
real, and then it goes to an actual audience of real people, and they say, "What the fuck is this bitch talking about? This is so weird. Like, we don't want to watch this."
Harbor a lot of feelings of guilt, doubt, anxiety, depression.
It got so bad, she even considered getting plastic surgery.
And also because I know how mean people get when pictures of me surface on the internet. It's gotten to a point where I actually had the thought in my brain of what surgery and how much surgery.
I can guarantee you.
You cannot be serious. My God, this is horrifying. This is what she thinks? She's like, what surgery can I get to make people like me again? No. Dakota, just, God, she seriously needs someone like Dakota Johnson or Sydney Sweeney to sit her down and explain to her, listen, this is the business you're in. This is how you do it correct. This is how you behave like a professional with class. You need to understand you are not the center of the universe, no matter how famous you ever get. You are not the... Look at Tom Cruise. The man is 10 times the celebrity she is. He is nothing but humble. There's this incredible video of Tom Cruise promoting The Final Reckoning in a movie theater. He's talking to the staff of the theater, and he's joking around with them. He's answering questions about the movie. They're all laughing. They've all got smiles on their faces. He's just hanging out with them. And then before he leaves, he says, and they're like, we didn't think you'd actually come out and hang out with us. And he's like, well, thank you for helping the audience have a great experience. You guys are, you're serving them popcorn. You're making them happy. You're making them feel welcome. And that's a huge part of the success of the film. And I appreciate you. Tom Cruise is wealthy, famous beyond probably any other actor right now. But look at how he behaves. He has a servant's mindset. My God, someone needs to get a hold of this chick, and she needs an intervention. This is insanity that she thinks she needs a surgery. Actually, it kind of makes sense. If I just have a surgery to lop off a few things and rearrange a couple things, I'll finally be my true self.
At any surgery that she gets, people will only make it worse.
Brain surgery. Anthony Timmons. Brain surgery. No. I don't think there's a surgery for that. Say it, Captain. Just say it. Say it. Come on, you want to say it? I can't say it. TOS, Anthony. TOS. Terms of service. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I have no choice, sir. I believe me, I want to. Of course I want to say it. Of course I want to say it badly. Fu Man Blue says, of course she thinks she's great. Nobody's been honest with her in her entire life except the internet. It's the participation trophy generation. Come to the dark side, Captain, says Anthony. I've got one foot in it, I would say.
Dude, I don't even know why you make a video talking about this. Like, if it's actually bothering you, you should never, like, this is my opinion. You ever heard of the phrase a pecking party? I've said this before, so I apologize if you've heard this before. Chickens, whenever one chicken starts bleeding, all of the other chickens around it peck that chicken to death where it was bleeding until it's dead. That's what happens on the internet. And the only way to stop it is to not bleed. I don't know why people don't tell her that. You had a social media guru and they couldn't even tell you this? Damn.
I figured it out, Chad. I figured out how to give some memberships, so I threw a couple in there for you. Starfury got another. Doesn't Starfury already have one? That's all right. I can't control that. Did Wrangler get one? I hope you got one, Wrangler. I threw in some gifties. Fu Man Blue says, when everybody's a member, nobody's a member. I'm just trying to get... Jeez, Fu Man Blue. I'm trying to, like, get some things going here. Fu Man Blue is gatekeeping the chat. Look at that.
To death until
So
it's dead?
proud.
Absolutely.
Do I have to get
Fu Man Blue is... I can't win. I can't win. Fu Man Blue is basically saying, do not give any gifted memberships or I don't want to be a member. You may have a point. You may have a point. I don't know. All right, I'll think about it. I don't feel special anymore. Damn you, Captain. Well, you are special because it's just there's just a few. There's a few extra. Starfury already has one, so he just got like another one. Redoubt Production says my YouTube channel is too screwy to receive membership gifts. Sadly. Fine. I won't give any more gifted memberships. Did we finish the poll? Zegler memes. We're at 50-50. We need a tiebreaker in the chat because it's 50-50. Zegler memes or Bella memes, which are better? I need one more vote to finish it off. So then I can just do a new poll, which is should the captain give memberships or should the captain never give memberships again? I need the chat's opinion on this because Fu Man Blue says if everyone's a member, nobody's a member. Well, you can always upgrade to the lieutenant level, and I'm going to be introducing the commander level down the road. Right now, it's ensign and lieutenant. Those are the two ranks, and we're going to be eventually introducing a commander rank. I have not introduced it yet. But listen, if you are a member, you're part of the senior staff of the Swords and Starships channel. Crowbar the Skull says her guru was probably woke and gave her bad advice, told her to double down. Yeah, it's true. I mean, listen, but here's the thing, Crowbar, and that's which is pretty much also what I've been saying. But think about this, though. I guarantee you, Sydney Sweeney and Dakota Johnson have been getting all the same advice. They've all been getting the same advice. I guarantee you that the creatives behind every single creative work from a major studio or major Hollywood studio, they all hear the same shit. They all live in that swamp. They all do. So some of them are able to still create original works that are not weighed down by all this, activist gobbledygook. They're still able to produce those great works in spite of that. Actors like Henry Cavill sitting in that interview, he literally had the same reporter setting the same trap that he sets for every single actor. Don't you feel that fans are toxic and assholes? And Henry Cavill says, I hear what you're saying, but honestly, I don't see that as toxic. It's a fan's right to have any opinion they want to have. So what my point is Yeah, Zegler's been swimming in that soup, but so have the class acts. So have the professionals. So have the people like Tom Cruise that act with humility and appreciation towards their customer. So it does not help her be a better person, true, but it also doesn't, it's not an excuse, and it does not let her off the hook. She's an asshole. It's just that simple, folks. That would be Rachel Zegler. Fu Man Blue says, I doubt Zegler had a Johnson in her. A Don Johnson in her life when she grew up. Okay. I was about to say, I see what you did there, Fu Man. Anthony Timmons says, thank you for the membership, Captain. I appreciate it. You're welcome, Anthony Timmons. Welcome to the senior staff, sir. All right, we're going to call it. That's the end of the poll. It is Zegler by a nose job. Zegler memes for the win. Everyone prefers slightly prefer the Zegler memes to the Bella memes.
Finally stop.
One chicken. You know, I was actually driving around. I was on a work, like a meeting with maybe 8 other people. And I was driving, I was near my house, and there was a chicken in the road. And I interrupted the entire meeting to FaceTime everybody and show them the chicken in the road. And I went back to try to collect the chicken and catch it myself, but it was gone. It got away. This happened a while ago. Yeah, it was just there. And it's like that it's literally a chicken. It's on
An opportunity to use my content as a way to bring me down about things that I say,
Yeah.
things that I do, or the way that I look.
The hate reached a whole new level. All she wanted was for it to stop.
I can also be having.
Well, the problem is that, and you guys know this, I mean, I've never really made fun of the way she looked. I mean, yeah, she kind of looks like Lord Farquaad, but as I said, the reason why she looked so bad is that they...
Wrangler says, but is Zegler going to be a dad?
washed out her face. They gave her the most unflattering hairstyle possible. And it's basically like, how can you make somebody look as bad as possible? That's what they did.
Greatest time and simultaneously wishing people would stop sending me death threats. When I tell you
Jesus
that it's hard,
Jesus,
I just mean to be inside my brain. That's hard.
I believe you. I believe you. You've made yourself quite miserable by being mean. Ironic, isn't it? She wished that Trump supporters, half of the majority voting populace, would never know peace because of their political beliefs, and look at the results.
And I'm there 24/7. I can't get out of it.
Which pushed Zegler to her breaking point.
And also, I think that
then get the hell off the internet and tell it to a therapist, dear. You need to talk to a therapist or a life coach. She needs to go to a Tony Robbins retreat or something. That's what she needs to do.
it definitely does damage a lot of your causes whenever you do these videos and you're like, yeah, guys, I'm actually fucking crazy and my brain is a complete minefield and I don't really know what I'm thinking most of the time. I don't really have any emotional control and I'm upset constantly and I think I need to get plastic surgery and I'm obsessed with social media, but I can't stop using it. By the way, here are my political values and my political affiliations, and all of those are totally reasonable. Does that sound like a good advertisement? Yeah, it's bad for what? Yeah, it looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
I have no sympathy for her. It's getting sick now. I don't know how much more I can take. It's haunting me. I cry every day. I just want it all to stop, she said. But sadly, not only was it not going to stop, it was about to get 100 times worse.
Yep.
Because when the movie was finally released, with a production budget of $270 million and 400...
I've got to tell you, I am enjoying the hell out of this video. You know what? This is comfort food after the soulless Lilo and Stitch just hack job got, all of it. How's it doing, Lieutenant Producer? Lilo and Stitch box office. I'm just curious. I'm sure it's doing well. I'm just curious. Box office. Mm-hmm. Tops the box office for a third week. Yeah, it's gonna make $1 billion. Just remember, chat. Remember, what goes around always comes around. Universal, you must have the numbers on Lilo and Stitch. Let's see. Currently, it's at 772 worldwide. It's $750 million already. So it's a done deal. It's a done deal. It's a Billy killer. So that's one out of 20 failures. Out of 20 of these, that's one. Hey, got to start somewhere.
$10 million in total.
$410 million.
Oh, Anthony says, be serious. I do feel sad for her. It's tough being a delusional. I can't say that, Anthony. I can't say that. TOS. I really want to, though. It's funny. It's really funny. You're gonna get, the algorithm's gonna give you a timeout if you keep this up. You could argue, says Universal, she did what shills do to get noticed. Well, of course. Of course. She's upset. She acts like she doesn't need the audience. She acts like they're beneath her. She acts like she doesn't need the approval of half the country. And yet all she's obsessed with is people's approval. It's the currency that makes her world work. There's about 5 Black Mirror episodes that were written about her, basically. That she's a human archetype that's as old as humanity. It's so predictably a disaster because it's a tale as old as time. Roll tape.
$410 million fucking dollars. That's a lot of money, guys.
After marketing costs, expectations were high. Although that didn't happen, it made just $43 million domestically and $44 million internationally in the first.
Wow. That's like 20%.
Oh, did I hear that correctly? Snow White failed to reach this number by hauling a... Oh, my God. Can we just take a minute to appreciate this, my dear sailors and star nuts? I want you to think of this. The years of these soulless remakes. Nobody wants them. Nobody likes them. Fans constantly, you get a winner here and there like The Lion King, but mostly people are like, stop making these. We don't want these. We didn't ask for it. They keep making it anyway. They do the IP mining. They announced this movie. She says all this awful shit. The media writes puff piece after puff piece after puff piece. The comments pile up on every single trailer. The ratio is astronomical. Every single trailer. Still, they just throw more and more marketing at it. They try and gaslight the audience into thinking this is going to be a great movie. They get all their analysts out there to tell us how to read the tea leaves and tell us about the audience summer habits and so forth. After all the gaslighting, all the lies, all the persistence, all the ignoring the audience, talking down to the audience, insulting the audience, spending $400 million, it comes to this. Quote, Snow White failed to reach this number by hauling a worldwide total of $87 million. A humiliating defeat. Failure. Disaster. Folks, of all the defeats we've ever inflicted on Disney, we, the customer, We, the audience member, we, the fan, such as we are, of all the defeats we've inflicted on Disney, and they are many and they are celebrated. I mean, Dial of Destiny, The Marvels, Ahsoka, Solo. We've had some real successes. This has to be the most delicious. This has to be the most delightful, the most deserved, the most utterly inevitable. This humiliating, catastrophic failure of a garbage tier, truly stupid, ugly, disgusting film that deserved its failure. Oh, it got it. It got exactly the failure it deserved. It is delicious. It is delicious. I can't get enough of it. Never has a movie deserved failure as much as this, and it got exactly what it deserved. So, Fu Man says, do I know who Luke Caverns is? I do not. Pray tell. Enlighten me. Anthony says, the true strange thing about people like Zegler is they recognize narcissistic behavior in others, but never in themselves. Classic projection, Anthony. It's a classic symptom of sociopathic behavior.
Oh my God. Wow.
They didn't make even $100 million on this thing. Not even $100 million on it.
Really bad.
Which dropped by 66.
I mean, in defense of Lilo and Stitch, based on what I've heard, the worst you can say about Lilo and Stitch is it does essentially what The Little Mermaid did. It just writes down what was already there. It basically just adds things that are not needed and changes things that should have been changed. But by and large, it's basically the same. It's basically saying, look, have fun with the cute Stitch critter. Let's just have fun with that character. The kids like him. Let's just have some fun and some laughs. That's basically what Lilo and Stitch is aimed at. It's not the level of travesty that Snow White is. Snow White is an activist. It is an activist shit show, is what it is. It's the Concord crowd.
Percent the following weekend, pulling in only 14.3 million. It needed $500 million just to break even, but made only 182 million. The movie reached just 1.6 stars on.
Okay, so the final count was like 182. Okay, that was out of context. The 82. I was gonna say still cataclysmic.
I think it's one of the worst rated movies of all time. Because there's also not only Rachel Zegler hate, but there are other people that hate Gal Gadot because she's from Israel. So you have the people that are pro-Palestine that are downvoting the movie because of Gal Gadot, and you have the people that are pro-Israel that are downvoting the movie because of Rachel Zegler. So it's like you just lose situation. It's just the worst. And it's not even about the movie. It's got nothing to do with the movie. The movie apparently sucked too.
And you've got all of MAGA countries rejected. So you've got the left wing loons. Oh, Disney. Oh, you've outdone yourself this time, Disney. So you've got the pro-Palestine left-wing wackos, and they hate the movie because Gal Gadot's in it. And then you've got the pro-Israel left-wing wackos, and they hate it because Rachel Zegler's pro-Palestine. And then you've got all of the MAGA voters that Rachel Zegler has pissed off, insulted, and thrown dirt in their eye, and they're saying, screw you, we're not going to watch your stupid movie. They pissed off the whole freaking country. Oh, bravo. So beautiful. It's magnificent, isn't it? It's magnificent. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, on top of that, it's everything else. Double whammy wombo combo. I guess, yeah, everything about it was bad.
Literally, you can't say this about truly very many movies. Everything about this movie, everything was bad. That's pretty amazing. Everything was bad. Oh my God, when she's teaching Dopey to whistle. Oh, jeez. It's so...
rated film ever.
Wow.
And scored only 40% on Rotten Tomatoes. Meanwhile, dozens
and you
of
can see, by the way, this is another thing that I was talking about, is that, like, verified ratings, like, I don't know really if this is the same as Metacritic, but are these actually people that, are these, like, reviewers? I'm not sure if it's actually reviewers or not. Because, like, a lot of times the reviewers will give movies like this a higher rating because they don't want to, their paid review. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's audience score. I'm not sure. It could be journalists as well.
On Rotten Tomatoes.
I don't know how the website
Meanwhile,
works.
dozens of TikToks showed how empty the theaters were. On Reddit, when asked about how the movie did, employees responded, "I didn't even know it was out in theaters."
You know what's crazy is the music on this video, his scoring of this video, this creator, is just bang on. It is so good. Like the opera music, you know, while we're listening to Zegler just destroy herself. It's so funny. I really like that part. But so my theater, when I saw this piece of trash, it was pretty full. It wasn't like packed to the rafter. Honestly, Ballerina was crazy. That theater was packed for Ballerina. So I think John Wick universe has major pull, and I do think the action scenes are good enough in Ballerina. It probably will do well, I think, on that basis. I think there's a good chance of that. The flamethrower fight and the grenade scene were fantastic. They were really cool, very clever. That being said, Snow White, mostly full theater. I gotta tell you, the level of non-reaction from the audience was pretty impressive. There was only one scene that the audience had like an emotional reaction that was sort of like they were engaged and had this kind of reaction. And it was when Dopey finally speaks. They were like, oh, he's speaking. Oh, that was the only time. The rest of the movie, it was like crickets.
Very.
Didn't even know it was out. Jesus, man, that's bad.
Very bad. Between the 4 showings we had yesterday, we did 8 people for it.
8 people for 4 showings. They must have bought a lot of... I hope they bought a lot of popcorn. Because that's not looking good at all. Jesus.
So, who was to blame for all this? Well, of course, Rachel Zegler.
No, it's
right?
the internet.
No.
It's the internet.
I have to tell you, if I had gone and seen the movie and it had just been sort of soulless and derivative, I'd probably say she was the main reason it failed. But I saw the movie, and I'm telling you, even if she had been as classy as Dakota Johnson the whole way, I'm telling you right now, this movie would have been a disaster. It was created by truly stupid people at every level, like truly unimaginative, uncreative, untalented, unskilled, dumb people who have heads full of a bunch of wacko activist nonsense. It was god-awful. It was a bad made-for-TV movie. It's the worst. It's probably the worst film I've seen in 5 years. It's dethroning Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Nausea for me. That's how fucking bad this movie is. And you can't put all that on Zegler. That's not all Zegler's fault. She was only one of the truly stupid people that worked on this film. She's only one of the truly stupid people that worked on this film. There were a lot of other morons that were helping her create this disaster. So no, I do not blame her entirely for this. But I will say she sure helped. She really helped a lot.
That's fault, and it's men's fault. It's racism's fault. It's actually fault.
No, it's great, isn't it?
Donald Trump did this to her.
Because she directed the film, wrote the script, styled her hair, and told the studio to spend $500 million on a remake no one asked for.
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree.
No,
I totally agree with that statement. Yeah, it's not fair to put all that on her. She didn't do all those parts.
Had no fault in the film's failure. However, the saddest part is that Disney themselves...
Well, no, that I don't agree with. Come on now.
Started using her as a scapegoat. Suddenly, it wasn't Disney's movie
they
anymore.
did.
It was Rachel Zegler's.
Rachel Zegler.
That's what you get.
Well, I mean, that's true. Like, she gave Disney a gift because then Disney's able like, wow, it's not our fault she's such a wackadoodle. Oh, no. We did the best we could. Look at her. She's a nut, man. Disney. Fucking crooks. They were all too happy to lay all this off on her. Nothing made them happier than to be able to lay this off on her. It was her fault. These people deserve each other. All these wackos deserve each other. Scumbags.
That's what you get. You try and go and put them, because she tried to entangle them in her worldview and her politics. That's what you get.
No, see, now this is where Asmund loses me, because he's like, oh, she tried to entangle that. This is Disney's politics. This is Disney hired. They have stuffed their entire company with wackos like this. They have done this to themselves. This is exactly who they've hired. This is exactly the audience they wanted. They wanted an audience that they thought would cheer for people like this. So don't give me this nonsense that Zegler put all this on them. They hired her. Because like her, they are, on the one hand, they're either activist wackos or they are clueless executives or a little of both.
Snow White is officially the worst movie of all time on IMDb. So this
is it really?
Fault. Really, Snow White is bad because this is Zegler's movie and not Disney's movie. It's her movie apparently. Like, bro, posts like these, the review bombing on IMDb, and everything else in between the belly buttons have all been putting blame on Zegler for how Snow White is performing.
That's
Disney
right.
blatantly blamed Rachel for the failure.
I think that the movie probably sucked, and even if they had different actors in it, it probably wouldn't have done really well. But it's definitely doing worse because of her. Like, it just made things worse more than anything.
Yes.
Obviously, right? Fucking
and
obviously.
She made herself a helpful scapegoat.
Yet the real reason was this.
But the reason why Snow White is flopping at the box office is not because of Zegler, it's because of Disney.
You know, something, I want to hear what he's going to say here, but something occurs to me also. I don't know why actors don't understand this. I don't know why they understand this, but a friend of mine, his wife is also an influencer. Well, I say also. She is an influencer with a growing following, and like how she interacts with her fans at cons and stuff like that is a big part of her credibility and her reputation and the strength of her channels and things like that. And the thing is, she's always very aware that how she treats her fans and how she interacts with them is part of the fantasy element of the relationship that is important and creates the relationship with the audience. And that so in other words, like with a movie, you want the audience to be immersed in the movie. If you're an online personality, you want to preserve that image that they have a positive relationship with. So what I'm getting at is, why don't actors understand that part of their characters is the perception the audience has of the actor playing the character? Meaning that, yes, we don't truly care about the actor, we care about the character, but it helps us to be immersed in the fantasy when we think of the actor as someone that shares at least some of the positive qualities of a character. You know, like I'll tell you a good example of this. Patrick Stewart is a complete moron. he's an idiot. Like he's not super bright at all, or at least when it comes to his creative instincts, he has very bad creative instincts, at least for writing. Acting, I guess he's good at that. He's good at that. He's good at acting. Very good at acting. Not good at writing. He's a big reason why Star Trek Picard, the series, to the extent that it's awful, it's awful. He has a lot to do with that. But for many, many years, he played this character that had this sort of philosophical and poetic brilliance to him. That would be Jean-Luc Picard. And he was a great diplomat and leader and a truly brilliant man, right? And some part of me thought of Patrick Stewart as having a share in some of that brilliance. You know, some part of me thought of him as like, you know, he must be bringing some of his own like love for philosophy and things like that to the character, right? Now, whether that's true or not, and it clearly isn't, doesn't matter. It's part of the fantasy that you have as the audience member. So if you're Zegler and you're going out there and you're being, maybe you are an asshole and that's fine, but to go out there and to let the audience see that you're an asshole and then to treat them like a dick, that breaks the fantasy of the character you're trying to create, which is this Disney princess. Why don't they understand that basic truth? If your character is a beautiful, wonderful, fair, fearless, fair, brave, and true, kind princess, but you're a dickhead in real life, that's going to help. That's going to break the fantasy. How can you be in Hollywood and not understand this at a basic level? Tom Cruise truly may be a nutcase. Like, he may be an absolute nutcase. I say maybe because he doesn't talk enough about his real life to know for sure, which is a good thing. The persona he presents, whether it's genuine or not, the persona he presents to the world is, I'm a humble guy, I'm grateful for you, the audience, I'm here to serve you and entertain you, and I appreciate everyone involved in the work, including the theater workers themselves. That helps contribute to the fantasy of Ethan Hunt as a really cool, heroic guy, or Maverick as the heroic fighter pilot. Like, it helps contribute to that fantasy being reality. Why doesn't she get this?
What's stupid is that they aren't taking any accountability. Like, I read this article where Disney...
Well, it's both.
Yes,
it's both. If she wasn't in the movie would not be successful.
Agreed.
But she made the movie less successful.
Agreed.
Both things are true.
Yes.
It's
Eminently.
playing heavy damage control because insiders at Disney are using Zegler as a scapegoat. For example...
Good.
Yeah, they deserve each other.
You want to be a martyr? Go ahead. Nobody else is going to die on your cross.
Her saying that the original Snow White is weird probably wasn't the best PR move.
Which
of course it wasn't.
Surprisingly led to even more trolling. She destroyed it, not Disney. It's Hollywood.
I'll tell you what, I kind of answered my own question. Only a delusional ideology like wokeness is a sick ideology like that could convince people that talking bad about the source material of the film you're promoting is a good thing. Only a sick worldview like wokeness makes that make sense, right? Because in the woke worldview, the original Snow White is not a good film. It's a bad film. It's about a stalker. It's about the patriarchy. It's about racism and white supremacy. It's about all those things. And so if you are a good person in the modern world, you should necessarily talk badly about that and reassure the audience that you're fixing the mistakes of the past. So from the perspective of the twisted, warped worldview of wokeness, she was doing a good thing. She was doing the right thing. She was doing the only thing she could do to win over a modern audience. That's the only thing that would make sense if you believe what she believes.
Baby, Zegler's acting was downright embarrassing. Easily one of the worst performances I've seen. Disney got scammed, but nothing concluded again that the movie was already terrible to begin with.
However, this was all when Disney knew very well they just made a bad movie. And also the film had issues long before its release, such as the ballooning budget. There was an unclear marketing strat, and apparently this was all one person's fault. Because the
Well, yeah, because the thing is that, like, I understand why he's frustrated, and I think Disney does bear some responsibility of this. But if people don't like her because of what she's saying, and they don't want to see a movie because of her in the movie, I think that's pretty fucking fair, man. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Bro's trying to hit it, I swear.
Is that the trailers, the marketing, the songs, and pretty much just the entire idea of a live-action remake made people not want to watch the movie.
To make matters worse, the film's producer's son stated, "Yeah, my dad, the producer of an enormous Disney IP with hundreds of millions on the line, had to fly across the country to reprimand his 20-year-old..."
This post was so fucking based.
It was good. It was delicious.
Like, we hadn't. I don't think we've had something like this in Hollywood that happened. Do you remember? I think that, like, wasn't it Megan Fox that said that, like, I think it was like some director. I think it was Steven Spielberg or somebody like that was a Nazi, and then he just fired her from the movie. Like, I remember this happened like Michael Bay. Yeah, it was like that. Yeah, he just fired her. That was it. Never heard about that shit again. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to listen to that. No, I'm not Nazi. This is ridiculous. No, that's it.
Honestly, well, yes, because, listen, wokeness ends the minute we start standing up to it. When you stand up to it, it loses. It's that simple. The reason that got so bad is that these people had no consequences for their actions for years. It took a long time for the consequences of reality to catch up to all of their destruction. They've been human wrecking balls. They've been wrecking everything in our entire culture, and it's taken time for the fallout to settle. But it has settled, and my God, are they paying a price. Again, Disney has laid off 200 employees in their fourth round of layoffs in the last 10 months. That's per Variety.
Good.
And as Anthony says, no matter how many times you polish a turd, it will always be a turd. That's true. Universal says, ask the captain what LA is really like. He used to live there, not a normal place at all. Well, I mean, what place is normal, Universal, exactly? No, actually, you know, the thing is, California culture is by nature kind of laid back. I did not know that until I started living in other places. I really didn't. Now it's crazy in other ways, but like, like for example, the South, what I've noticed is there's a lot of hospitality. People are more neighborly and friendly, and I think that's really cool. But there's a lot more like chill. Now, politics is a different matter. What I will say is, it's a beautiful place that has also been destroyed by just really bad people running it for a very long time and just running it into the ground. But no, it's still it's a great city. It is, but it's got a lot of problems, definitely. Fu Man Blue says they weren't allowed to behave that way. They were encouraged. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, I mean, listen, when you're rewarded for bad behavior, you keep doing it. And they're getting rewarded less and less and less these days. You know, their little reward, the little petty payoff they used to get was they'd call someone a racist. They'd whip up a cancel mob, and they would get treated to the victim of this, saying, I'm not a racist. No, I'm not like that at all. I have black friends. Oh, you have black friends? My God, what a racist. Oh, no, I'm not. I just mean that, I'm not the bad person you think I am. This was the little petty payoff they used to get for so many years. Now, you know what they get? They're like, you're a racist. It's like, I know. It's great, isn't it? They're like, no, but I mean, it's bad. Oh, it's really bad. It's worse than you know. So they're not getting the reward that they used to get. Anthony says, why is the dude wearing a bandana over his face? He's trying to stay anonymous, I can only presume. But yeah, I feel like I'd rather be a VTuber than do a bandana.
Yeah.
Employee for dragging her personal politics into promoting the movie. She hijacked the conversation for her own immature desires, risking the work of thousands. True. Narcissism is not something to be coddled. I hate her comments and politics. It was awful. But completely blaming her is insane. Therefore, Joe
It's
Rogan's...
not totally her fault, but it's partially her fault. And also, even if it's not totally her fault, that doesn't mean that you have to like her now.
Said this.
But imagine you spend $250 million and you get some young girl and you don't kind of talk to her about like, hey, don't get political. You're young.
Nah. They told her that and she did it anyway, man. You really think they didn't tell her that? I mean...
I disagree. I disagree with Rogan on this. I think Asmund is being naive. Have they already forgotten the Reva controversy with the Obi-Wan Kenobi show? They told the actress who played Reva, what's her name? I don't remember. Don't care. Not really worth my time to remember. However, she was coached to expect racism from the fans and how to deal with it. So no, they live in an environment where this behavior is encouraged. But anyway, all right, so that was fun. Let me skip ahead just a little.
Insults? That's just unnecessary. Of
course.
Rachel Zegler is a human. She's not perfect.
No, she
does things
the only reason this person is defending her
No,
is
I do not
aligned
support
on-
death threats for anyone. Nobody should be getting death threats. No actor, no creative, no one. That of course, not at all. That's crossing a line. That's 100% crossing a line. But she definitely deserves to be called out for what an asshole she is. That for sure. All right, hat tip Asmongold, and then the video also by... That was a really... You know what? I want to replay part of it.
Show.
Where's the music?
So why are you
considering
the movie or hate?
No. Okay, what's the name of the video? It was by Adrox. That was the name of the
Snow
channel.
White was supposed to be her career's biggest...
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never
This is
picked
the
it up again.
part.
Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once, never revisited Snow White again.
Zegler gives I Deserve This role more than anyone, and the fact that she has zero good to say about the original is disgusting narcissist, which wasn't wrong. For example, she seemed oddly excited saying her co-star's scenes could get cut.
Oh, the music in that part was so good. I love that. Just the tragic opera, the fall of hubris. It's so great. Yeah, so hat tip Asmongold and Adrox. Throw him a like on that video while I'm at it. Okay, what else is in the stack of stuff, Lieutenant Producer? We've had so much today. So dang much. We did the Rachel Zegler. Oh, yes. We can't forget. Someone in the Discord threw this over. It might have been Wrangler. I can't remember who. Forgive me if I forgot attribution. But I thought we should check this one out. Just a quick one. This was from Pitch Meeting. How it should have ended.
Who wants to know my secret identity?
This is how it should have ended for Madam Web. Okay, Madam Web.
That is the reason you wanted to wait before? It wasn't appropriate before.
Woo! Yeah! Uh-huh!
That's it, you're right. Everything about this is awful. I'm gonna make this so it never happened. Oh, come on, man.
So after all of that, then they become Spider Women. No, not at all. But Cassie will think about them being Spider Women in the future while she poses in front of her Doctor Strange window. Oh, wow. Well, so you're looking forward to making more sweet Spider-Man money? Oh yeah, making Spider-Man money is tight.
Here's a bright idea. Why don't you throw this concept straight into the trash and just make good movies instead of trying to make Spider-Man money without actually showing Spider-Man?
Ugh. Okay, fine.
Crisis averted. What? Who wants to know?
Oh, those are good. The crowbar. I like that emoji. Zegler the witch with the piggy emoji. You can't say that, crowbar. I'm saying we don't say that. I'm saying Rachel Zegler is not the pig witch. I'm saying she's not. It's a very important distinction. Okay, I'm so tempted because where are we at, Mr. Producer? We've had quite a long one today. Actually, I didn't expect. We're pushing 5 hours today, and I still have three. I still have 3 things in the stack of stuff. I don't even know which one I should go with. All right, I'm not going to do this whole video. I just want to know the basics of what he thinks. Okay. Star Wars Theory finally got browbeaten into watching Andor for his audience, by his audience. They browbeat him into it. I think it's clear from the thumbnail. He hates it. Let's just see what he thinks real quick. I just want to get a sense of what he thinks about it.
Is it peak Star Wars? Hey guys, so as we get to this review of Andor, I want to make sure that you're all aware of the Emperor 2 saber that has been released and is a limited edition. All of you guys asked for.
All right, here we go.
To have a certain opinion, and quite frankly, I disagree with my original statement. I think I've always stayed true to just being myself and saying my opinions, and for some reason I allowed it to get to me. I think I was just spending too much time indoors and working a little too much, and I was just being soft. It's not going to happen again. At least most likely not. So anyways, the show. Look, the first 3 episodes really put me off. I wasn't into it. I didn't enjoy.
Agreed. I agree. The first 3 episodes were not a great start.
Enjoy the whole jungle scene. I felt it was
Hated
so
that.
slow. It
Agreed.
was so pointless. It was so just not enjoyable for me. And some of the other scenes that I felt just didn't feel like Star Wars at all. And I just wasn't into it. I didn't want to watch it. I had also seen Tony Gilroy's comments regarding Star Wars and how he wasn't a fan of it and didn't really care for it, and I just rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't want to watch it or support it.
Crowbar says, is he shilling in the dark? I do not. Listen, Star Wars Theory, he was showing signs. There was a time he was showing early warning symptoms, but fortunately, he underwent the correct treatment, and he is more akin to a blue pill. But I wouldn't even say that because he got red pilled by an acolyte. But I do not consider him a shill. He does not suffer from shillery by proxy. Thankfully. Let's just skip ahead a little bit.
7. After all the slowness, after all the not feeling like Star Wars, after all of the exposition, shit really started to change. And you really start to see how something so grandiose in the first 3 films, 4, 5, and 6, which affected all of the main characters, and we know it affected the rest of the galaxy, but mainly just focusing on the 3 main characters of Han, Luke, and Leia, and how the Death Star impacted them and how the oppression of the Empire impacted them. We never really got to dive into the little details of the everyday people, of the start of the rebellion. Now,
yes, exactly. That's exactly what's great about it.
We can argue that George Lucas created the rebellion, the rebels, and all that, and I am a true George Lucas fan. But if I'm to judge this project and to take my hate of, I'd say probably the 90% of Disney projects that they have created that have just made me so disillusioned with Star Wars, if I'm to take that and try to imagine that doesn't exist and judge this fairly as its own standalone thing and connect it into Rogue One, which I feel like was one of Disney's best Star Wars projects, which isn't really saying much, but I feel it was really good, and then connect it into episode 4, I think episodes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of Andor season 2 was actually really phenomenal. For me, listen.
How about that? See? You see, Theory? I told you. The captain wouldn't steer you wrong.
And if you guys have been riding with me for a long time and you didn't watch the show, just jump into episode 7 of season 2. Start right there. I mean, Seeing the level of
episode 7. No, I would say start with episode 3 or 4. I would just start with episode 3 or 4. You don't need the first 2 episodes at all. They're completely irrelevant. I would just do you could even just start at episode 4, honestly. But 3's not bad. You actually have Andor flying in and rescuing Bix at the last minute, shooting up a bunch of stormtroopers with the stolen TIE fighter. That was pretty rad. I was down with that. But seriously, episodes, what was it? 3 through 6. Yeah, 7, 8, and 9, that's the fall of Gorman. Holy shit, that was incredible. That was just absolutely incredible.
Turmoil that the Empire has caused.
But see, the thing is, part of it's sort of the flip side of Tony Gilroy storytelling. Part of why the fall of Gorman was so breathtaking is because of the very delicate, careful setup that he did in the previous episodes. The slow character build, every character's investment in that was carefully built up. You know, the investment of Cyril, he started to he felt at home in Gorman. He started to form a connection with him. You had Dedra who started out just wanting to climb the ladder so she could get access, and she got pulled into something so much darker than she ever planned for. But she had to just bite the bullet and do it. And then you had Andor, who didn't believe in the Gorman cause, but then learned firsthand how wrong he was. And then you have Luthen, who's keeping all these spinning plates in the air, and he almost missed the most important thing happening in the galaxy. So you have all these characters who are slowly having their investment in this tragedy built up over the course of the story. And when it all comes to a head in those episodes, that's why the payoff is so great. So, you know, you can't discount how much the sort of build up to that contributed to why it was so emotionally meaningful.
First public attack of Gorman and their seizing of what they want, right? Because Palpatine's very political. He'll do everything that he can with a smile on his face, and we know this. But when it gets to the point where he needs one thing, which is a mineral from Gorman for the Death Star to complete it for the lasers, at the end of the day, if they're not going to give him what he wants, he's going to take it by force. And to see how the Empire did that, Krennic's involvement, Ben Mendelsohn, who's a brilliant actor, his involvement with all of that, overseeing everything, and who we thought were the higher-ups at the ISB are really just little dogs to him. And if we go above him, we see Tarkin. Krennic is like the little dog. It's a really interesting story. And we see how they manipulate that entire overtaking of Gorman by...
And the way that the Emperor did it was exactly how he does it. It's exactly what he did in the prequels when he created the false crisis on Naboo. Right? He created the false flag operation of the Trade Federation invading Naboo so that he would have a pretext as the senator from Naboo to move for a vote of no confidence in the Chancellor, thus allowing him to be installed in Chancellor. And with the Queen of Naboo dead and the Trade Federation in power, he would be perceived as the victim, and he would be perceived as a heroic figure fighting against injustice in the galaxy. It just turned out that Padme survived because of the Jedi's help, and it kind of worked in his favor anyway. Fine. Then he creates the crisis between the Separatists and the Republic, and he literally creates a war so vast, so sprawling, so expansive that it blinded the Jedi to his plan, which was to ultimately execute all of them and assume control of the galaxy. And then in this show, he creates a similar situation. He deliberately creates the circumstances that allows him to be justified in the eyes of the galaxy for putting down the Gorman Rebellion by creating the Gorman Rebellion. So it was very much in keeping with at least the prequel presentation of how Palpatine does things. And I thought that was pretty brilliant, honestly. There's no other Disney Star Wars shows that actually honor the lore that way. Or the spirit of the characters.
The Empire doing the first shot and making it look like, you know, when one of the snipers took out one of the the Imperials and making it look like it was a first instigated attack by Gorman, and they're now just protecting themselves and retaliating. It plays into a lot of themes of politics today. And
okay, what else? Let's just see what his final thoughts are.
At peak Star Wars, I don't think it's peak Star Wars.
No,
peak Star Wars
definitely
is
not.
the first 6 films. That's real Star Wars.
Yes.
Is this peak Disney Star Wars? Yes. But besides that, it was very good.
Yes, I would agree with
nothing
that.
I can say bad about it. But to say it's peak is a disrespect to the first 6 films, because the peak is the peak. The peak is as high as it can go. And as high as it can go is George Lucas Star Wars. So this can be right below the peak. But it is a
well said. All right. I basically agree with Star Wars theory. So there you go. See, I knew he would like it. Actually, I didn't. I didn't know that at all. I knew he would have really good insights, but I kind of thought he would sort of hate it, honestly. Actually, I think now I recall that was my prediction. My prediction was he would kind of hate it, and turns out he agrees with me, Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel, because of course he does. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Now then, my dear chat, it's time to close it out, and we're gonna close it out with one for Redoubt, in honor of Redoubt Productions. If you don't know, our own resident historian, Redoubt Productions, check out his channel. He is like an expert in Civil War history, like a stone cold expert, and he is also a fan of Doctor Who. I myself have never partook of the Who. It's just one of those things that missed me. Huge Trekkie, Star Wars, Spider-Man, all that good stuff. I missed out on Doctor Who. However, I understand the pain of the Whovian that has watched a great time-honored franchise be destroyed. And so we're going to watch the Critical Drinker video in which he explains to me, the neophyte, the uninitiated, what exactly happened. And oh my God, I almost forgot. Before we do that, there's something else you have to see. There's something else I have to show you, chat. Yeah, I got to find, where's my bookmarks? My bookmarks, Mr. Producer. Why does X do it this way? They shouldn't do it that way. There it is. I found it. Yes. So chat. I found more of them. Oh, no. Look, it's the new Avengers. A new version of MODOK is returning. Oh, no. Bella Ramsay memes. All right, one more. Let's just one more, okay? Here we go. Are you ready? What were they thinking? This is on the right-hand side. This is Bella. This is the not Bella. This is the Ellie model. The model for the Ellie character in the video game on the right. And this on the left is what we got. Oh, there's Godzilla. That's our boy. That's our boy. I don't know why I put that in there. I put that in there for some reason. Oh my God! Oh no! Oh, that's so wrong. Maybe I should quit maybe the internet's not good for my soul, to be quite honest. I should quit the internet. It was I tried it. It was a nice experiment. This is not. No, I can't. I shouldn't do this. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. I can't stop. Somebody stop me. I can't stop collecting them. I don't even care. I don't even care about Bella Ramsey. I don't care about The Last of Us. It's trash. It's garbage. I've already forgotten about it. But somehow, whenever I see one of these, I can't help myself. It's like finding $1 on the sidewalk. Yeah, it's only $1, but I gotta pick it up because it's still $1. Why do I do this? As Sandan Glocta once said. Now, Redoubt Productions, he had one. The problem is he dropped it in the Discord, so I don't know if I could show it to you. Did you send it to me directly, Redoubt? I think you did. I think you sent it directly to me. I think I have it. I think it's right here. Yeah, oh, yeah, there it is. Let me see if I get this to load here. There it is. That's the one Redoubt Productions sent me. Good work, Redoubt. Excellent work. Shania Twain songs is universal. Man, I wish I was a woman. Wrangler. Hey, you guys, I'm going to be a dad. Fu Man Blue. I judged everything against Star Wars after it came out. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, Redoubt. It's a great episode, isn't it? It's a great episode. So, okay. Now let's get serious. Get rid of that. We'll do Doctor Who. Hat tip, critical drinker. Doctor Who is finally dead. Let it rest in peace. Roll tape.
And so, season 15 of Doctor Who came to an end a few days ago, not with a bang, but with the saddest and most pathetic of all whimpers. As Ncuti Gatwa's 15th Doctor went off to that big old police box in the sky, the BBC resorted to defrosting Billy Piper of all people in a last-minute desperate attempt to drum up something vaguely resembling interest in this desolate wasteland of a show. You know, kind of like what they did by bringing back David Tennant just to be humiliated and belittled by politically approved actors, only not as good or as interesting. And it capped off what was by far the most disastrously unpopular season in the show's entire 60-year history, with some of the lowest rated and least viewed episodes ever made, led by a Doctor so universally insufferable that the actor himself bailed out after just 2 seasons. Jesus, even Jodie Whittaker managed to stick around for 3. Yeah, it was arguably 3.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He turned out to be even worse than Jodie Whittaker.
Seasons longer than she actually deserved, but what the fuck? At least she made it to the end. I mean, I stopped actively...
That's hard to believe. She was 3 seasons? I always thought she was like 1 season of the show because she was on that show for 3 seasons. Wow. You Whovians have suffered. I mean, listen. Kurtzman Trek is such a cancer. Like, if I have to see one more shaved head, ugly girl boss babe being snarky at her captain while she flies dangerously on a mission where he's in the... I can't take it. So, listen, I feel your pain, Whovians.
Participating in this show after the crime against humanity that was The Timeless Children. That episode was the breaking point for me. It destroyed any investment I ever had in this absolute calamity, and to be honest, that was probably a good thing. You'd be amazed how liberating it is when you just stop caring about something. Ever since then, I've been watching the self-immolation of Doctor Who from a discreet distance with a kind of sad detachment, like watching a stranger's house burn down and you absolutely didn't have anything to do with starting the fire. Well, not that anyone can prove, at least. But the thing that amazes me about all of this is that the BBC actually expected anything different. I mean, how completely fucking out of touch do you have to be to think that you can spend years belittling, insulting, and lecturing the very people who watch your show and expect them to keep coming back for more? What's that, you say? The villain this week is a straight white male who has to be put in his place by his ethnically and sexually diverse moral superiors? Well, colour me shocked, BBC. Where on earth do you come up with these incredible story ideas? I mean, why not throw in some anti-capitalist, anti-British, anti-family messages for good measure? I'm sure that'll help to ease the crippling guilt and self-loathing that creeps into the darkest corners of your minds when you're
Redoubt Production says, never forget 10,000 people gave Jodie Whittaker a chance, and then the production team gave us crap and timeless children destruction of the show's lore. Yeah, like that. We've given them all so many chances. We've given Star Wars chances. I gave Star Trek, Kurtzman's Star Trek, many chances. So they always act like we're toxic fans. We just want to hate these things. They ignore the fact that it took a long time for us to get this jaded. It took a long time. Yeah, you're saying Whittaker was lame virtue signaling. Gatwa was pure hatred for the audience. Yeah, I hear you.
Lying in bed in the small hours of the...
Which is kind of, you know what? It's perfect. It's perfect because it's exactly what wokeness is. He acted like a clown, right? He comes into the show because I saw clips of the origin of the show. Thank you for dropping the link to Blood and Oak, Wrangler. I appreciate that. You're too kind, sir. That would be my novel of adventure, love, and loss in the age of the Barbary pirates in early America. It's a sword and sails adventure. One man on a journey, a quest to save his family from the Barbary pirates. You'll love it. Now, he seemed, that would be Ncuti Gatwa, he seemed to want to be a kind of more bright and optimistic and like fun doctor, and they wind up just being hateful towards the audience. It's perfect. It's exactly the contradiction in terms that they always are. Kindness, fairness, fearless, fair, brave, and true, and they're the opposite of all those things.
Nights. It's funny, you know, because even Disney at its worst doesn't openly despise its own audience quite as much as the BBC does. It actually feels like this entire show was conceived and executed out of pure spite. They knew the audience hated it, and instead of trying to improve it, they decided to just hate their audience right back.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Nice one. That'll definitely show them. And now that it's all over, the question on the minds of the literally dozens of Doctor Who fans still out there is, what happens next? Well, I can tell you one thing for free. Billy Piper ain't going to be leading this show. According to a longtime leaker known only as Andrew, an insider who made it his personal mission to spoil every aspect of this season. Fucking legend. Piper's inclusion was a last-minute decision on the part of Russell T Davies, with no real plan of how she'd be used or where they intended to go with her. Stunt casting, if you will. And she only did it as a personal favour, not because she actually wanted to come back or anything. Disney aren't likely to pay for more of this stuff either, because you can only steal so much money from the British taxpayer to finance your dogshit propaganda. I love paying my license fee, by the way. I love being legally compelled to let the British government take money from my bank account every month to pay for programming made by people who actively despise my very existence. The past 2 seasons have actually been propped up by a co-financing deal with Disney+. Unfortunately, unlike the weird crumbling relic of post-war socialist Britain that is the BBC, Disney are an actual business that have to make money from their investments, even if they're not particularly good at it these days, and a show that costs tens of millions of dollars with overnight ratings lower than most of my YouTube videos isn't likely to appeal to them. The reality is, nobody's watching this show anymore, and so nobody's willing to pay for more of it. It's just a burned out husk of what it once was. All of its creative energy and fan goodwill has been used up now, and there's nothing left but apathy. And for guys like Russell and his champagne socialist chums at the BBC, well, I hope it was all worth it. I hope you guys slapped yourselves on the backs extra hard for this one, knowing that you've nuked a show with a 60-year legacy, knowing that you've stood upon the shoulders of giants. and took a dump on them. The only logical choice now is to just let Doctor Who die, or at least put it to sleep for a good long while, preferably at least a decades. Let people start to miss it, if that's even possible at this point, and bring it back with a new generation of creatives at the helm. You know, people who actually care about making a fun family sci-fi show instead of a political cudgel to beat the unwashed masses over the head with. And I guess that's my real point here. You could put this show on ice until fucking doomsday and it wouldn't make the slightest difference until the culture and mindset that inflicted this tidal wave of liquefied feces on the world is purged from the show. The obsession with identity and oppression, the constant pandering and lecturing, the hiring of people for what they are instead of what they can do, and the arrogant belief that it's everyone else who's the problem instead of the garbage that you're pumping out. Doctor Who has basically been dead for a long time now, and now that it seems to be actually over, maybe it's time to just let it rest in peace. Now, just before I bi-generate my way to the bottom of another whiskey bottle, I wanted to let you know about a little project I've been working on lately. You may have heard by now, but myself and a few other creators have partnered up with Rippaverse Comics to put together our own anthology series, Saints and Sinners, with 6 different stories.
Nice. Well, hat tip to Critical Drinker and Saints and Sinners. And rest in peace, Doctor Who. If you would, doff your caps, my dear crew, doff your caps. A moment of silence. A moment of silence for the death of Doctor Who. Thank you. Thank you.
Really? Calibrate your enthusiasm.
Yes, calibrate your enthusiasm. Well, hey, we had some fun. Did a little grave dancing, you know, Disney getting what they deserve. Rachel Zegler. Oh my God, that Zegler video was good. That was really good. Oh, what a fun walk down memory lane that was. Sorry I couldn't tell you to rush to the theater to see Ballerina. I'm just as disappointed as you are. I wish I could say it was as good as I hoped it was. It's not the worst thing you could do with your time. Well, thanks for hanging out with me. I hope we gave you a good show here on the Swords and Starships channel. If we did, if you're enjoying the content, please consider liking and subscribing and turning on the notifications so you don't miss a live stream. And lots of videos are on the way. So videos will be dropping at least one a week, but I've got a slew of them that are going to be coming out very soon. I'm just working on the thumbnails. You're welcome, Crowbar of the Skull. Thank you for being here. I appreciate if you're watching, donating, subscribing, a member, just lurking. I know you're out there, Tom. Don't deny it. Don't even dare deny it. I appreciate you, and I know you're out there, and the support means the world. We will grow the channel. We will build new things. There will be an Iron Age of entertainment. So stick with me, and until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying I will see you out there.